And we're back. Well, yes, no, technically we're back because this is the second ever one shot ever run on this channel. Yay!
Second?
Yes.
Which one was the first?
The first one, CG ran for us while Frost was out of town, and we basically played the Suicide Squad, but instead of Amanda Waller, we had a Beholder.
Interesting.
Yes. I actually do love the art that we made for that thing, which I think is in call text if you scroll up, because we definitely
Yeah,
captured. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that'd be in general. But yeah, no, it was definitely basically the Suicide Squad escorts Danhausen.
amazing.
Yes. But yeah, I guess, Citric, would you like to start us off and telling people who you are and where they can find you?
Sure thing. I'm Citric. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Citric, everywhere being places like Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, etc., etc. Mainly on Blue Sky now, really liking the platform. It's honestly better Twitter. Like if you have not made the change, like the jump, I fully recommend it. Other than that, I've been posting some of my commission results. As I keep saying, I intend to open slots, but just stuff keep jumping the line. Keep your body on like, oh yeah. Anyway, uh, but yeah, that's pretty much me. So I don't know what else to say other than throw it to Skelly.
Oh hi. Sorry. I took a drink of water and like practically choked on it, so I've been over here gagging, which is why I was quiet at the start.
Well, no, it's just the way you said it just sounded like you were coming out of your bathroom with only a towel on, then found that there was someone in your living room, just like, oh hi.
um yeah, so I can be found at twitch.tv/Skelly Alpha. Same for pretty much everywhere. Blue Sky primarily these days as well. Um Currently working on schedule for next week, though I am planning a fun Helldiver stream and an art stream as well.
Oh, nice.
I'm also trying to figure out how to set up a fun, I guess, celebration subathon because my 1 year streaming anniversary is the end of November, so
Ooh.
gonna plan out something fun for that. Other than that, nothing's really been too interesting other than practicing art at stupid hours in the morning. That's really it for me.
What a
I'll tell
move.
you a secret. Once you begin with art, it's never a good hour.
Correct.
Like the brain juices flow when they flow, and that's just it.
In that case, I will pass it over to Saris, I believe.
Yeah,
I got the order right. I'm trying to remember
you
the order.
did.
You have an
Congratulations.
order?
I am also all over the internet at TixTixel. Um, we are also on the Blue Sky, although I am terrible at remembering that site exists. But now that Twitter has decided to say fuck artists on Maine, I will in fact be posting less and less. Still doing like announcements and stuff on Twitter. But in terms of like posting artwork and whatnot, that is just straight up not going to be there. You can find that on Blue Sky or you can find it on Tumblr. Other than that, next week Sunday, you can join the three of us plus our lovely friends Catastrophe Cause and Xanalis Grim for another installment of Those Who Wander, where we are mid-combat. Please come and join us. It's going to be a
I will
great
die.
time, I promise.
I will die in one more round. You don't want to miss it.
Me? Well, no, it's also, in one more round, will Branson decide if he is choosing murder today? But yeah, I guess that just leaves me. So, hey, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky at Burnout Vaughn, which, again, primarily on Blue Sky now. It's much nicer. It's much nicer. And people see the things that you post. But aside from that, you can also find me over on Patreon at Burnout's Bar. This week, if all goes well, we should be having Wizard Sips plays tomorrow, and then some No Love War extras weekend where we're finally back into Fate. And then following that, yeah, our next episode of Those Who Wander. But with that out of the way, Saris.
It's been 34 years with No Love War
Yes.
extra. It's been 34 years. And counting.
But for me, it's been like 64 years, but I've been living through all of them concurrently, getting back to where we were.
Concurrently, and at the exact same moment in life.
Yeah.
All right.
I did find out one thing I will share with you that we'll never be able to use on stream, but would make our lives so much easier.
Oh,
If I just press Y, you can skip dialogue.
how long have you been playing this game?
I only found out by accidentally pressing it after I was halfway through getting through the first 2 boss fights.
Right.
You know,
Got it.
I would like to believe that the shortcut is just appropriate. It's like, why? Why any of this?
Yeah, right?
Well, yeah, it's also, you realize that this is such a Nasu game because to find out what you need to find out, you have to sit through 30 minutes of dialogue. That is so tedious. But with that out of the way...
Uh-huh.
Well, before I break Saris anymore, Saris, if you would, please take us away and set the scene for our lovely adventure.
Unfortunately, I regret to inform our viewers that we do not have theme music, but that's okay. We don't need it. After all, if you recall, now, for our lovely viewers, the lot of you have been traveling together for quite some time. Your separate journeys, your separate backgrounds, bringing you together on various different journeys of which you have accomplished many a different things, creating a name for yourself. So much so that at one point, one of the three of you, of which I will leave to your discretion, received a note addressed to you, the party, with no return address. The letter itself seemed to be incredibly damaged. It seemed to have weatherings of various sort, stains, probably from mud, various different wrinkles and creases and tears, but nevertheless, as you open it, you find that it is not only legible, interestingly enough, but it looks like the paper has been used more than once. It probably was something utilized as like a ledger previously that has been torn deliberately and then scribbled very, very, very frantically with some sort of black ink. Would one of the three of you opt to read the letter aloud?
Sure, I have it pulled up. 1 second. My fingers are type right. There we go. Okay. To the Outlanders, I don't know when this will reach you. I don't even know if I'll be alive if this reaches you. But if you do find this, please help. The people in my town are going missing and no one knows where or why. There are no bodies. There are no bags left behind. We don't know where they have all gone to, and I'm starting to think we are running out of time. Please, if you can, come to the town of Mahula and find my friends. Find what is spiriting everyone away, and if I'm still alive and you succeed, I will offer you a sufficient reward. Ty.
Under the assumption that the three of you have elected, for various reasons, to accept this mission, I'm first going to ask that the three of you, describe yourselves as we are not in the domains of dread, and we are not the wandering crew that usually wanders about the mists. Let's start with you, Vaughn. Who are you, and what do you look like?
Well, I would say the shorthand would be I look very much like if a hobo put on a witch's hat. Morel has very, very, like, copper-colored skin, like, almost looking metallic, but when you get up close and feel the touch, it's just normal skin. Greasy, but curly, like, black hair that just comes down just above the eyes. And, his tattered clothes include a lot of weird paraphernalia. On one wrist, he's got a copper, armband that reaches most of his forearm. In that same hand, he's holding on to the handle of a whalebone umbrella that occasionally has bits and bobs of, like, fungus and grass clippings and stuff falling out of it. Uh, he's covered in pouches and fetishes and just all kinds of stuff. Like some, you might see like a mini dream catcher hanging from his neck. Uh, on his like hip, he has a small portable cauldron and a humanoid skull with a strange marking put into it. And I think that's basically about it.
And if Discord would give me speaking privileges again, um, Citric, why don't you tell us who you are and what you look like?
Gawain is an interesting figure. For a satyr, he stands pretty tall at 6'5", pretty broad shoulders, clad in a very shining like set of armor with a flowing red cape, and a big shield with a thistle flower painted on it. Now, one would not necessarily immediately clog him as a satyr due to the fact that he has a very wild mane of copper color hair that kind of makes him look like a lion with horns, which, by the way, started at his forehead and wrap back on, like back through his to the back of his skull and come under his ears. He's pretty young, visually mid-20s, and usually with a pretty warm smile on his face and in a pep on his step as he walks.
And Skelly, why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you and what do you look like?
My character is an almost 6 foot tall, standing, rather strong armed. Lizard folk is a loose term to call them. They look more like they have almost like a Tyrannosaurus Rex style head. They are covered in rather precise chiseled plated armor, along with multiple pieces of strange gadgets is the best way to call it, that mostly have like types of crystals affixed to them. They're strangely enough, the bottom section of their jaw appears to be missing several teeth and instead has gemstones affixed there. They have almost like fur growing out of the sides of their neck, and or otherwise have a rather stern look to themselves. And that would be their name is Akron.
Amazing, amazing. As I said, the three of you have been traveling for quite some time, and now with a goal and a mission in literally in your hand, you find yourself collectively amongst the snapping and the clicking of various different bugs, the buzzing of flies, the occasional the occasional song of like a cricket. You hear the sounds of bubbling water, the occasional of a frog or a toad, the occasional caw of a bird. As you dive further and further into these murky, humid swamps, you find the trees themselves more like a wall, a blanket, or even, if you will, a gate as they hedge over everything, weaving vines and branches up and down everywhere, making it incredibly difficult to see. The water itself emerging the ground in such a way that there are pools that you have to walk over, taking anything from your own equipment to quite literally the dead and rotting giant thick logs that are conveniently on occasion splayed out between two higher bits of land, the occasional rock boulder, if you will, in order to eventually come across the sound of squishing, now emerging the sound of thumping footprints, or footfalls, sorry, as under your feet, mud eventually becomes wood. The wooden planks creak, and iron frames begin to moan in tune with the ambient sounds surrounding you as you cross a boardwalk. You find the drooping, somber trees beginning to part, and the sounds of the swamp beginning to die down as suddenly the sounds of buzzing die out and the croaking grows quiet, but the sound of water instead overtaking it, very gently lapping at the sides of the boardwalk. This boardwalk becoming what feels like a dock, but much, much wider. And as I mentioned, everything kind of comes to more of a still. You find yourself face to face, standing quite literally in front of a town, seated upon this boardwalk. As you look immediately upon the village, it's incredibly quiet and it's incredibly dark. You see buildings rather tall, for the record, traversing up one, even 2 stories, sometimes even 3. The sizes, you can immediately tell, assessing from just the general structures around you, that they seem to be of normal size, standard size, what you'd be normally acquainted with. As you look, you find the boardwalk is rather sturdy, and as each of you kind of tap your feet against it, it does not splinter, nor does it crack. It itself not rotting, and the metal frame holding it upright doesn't seem to have any signs of rust. And here you are, looking at a various array of buildings, each lining different boardwalk paths that seem to go in different directions, but all around you, everything is lifeless, and sometimes even boarded up. You find, yes, there might be shops, a singular tavern, a general wares, but many, many, many of these buildings fade, not necessarily with age, but with lifelessness. You'd expect almost maggots to grow, and yet there is no sign of rot. It is simply vacant. And as you hit this crossroads, I would like all 3 of you to roll me a perception check.
Will do.
Oh boy.
26.
Yeah,
Sure, it's Beaver Creek, Ohio.
that's an 18.
Oh, I forgot to change my name. Shoot. Also 7.
And as I gather my notes, let me get back our ambiance that I almost forgot to include. There we go. That's a little better now, isn't it?
There we go.
Although it's really loud for some weird reason. Let's tone that down a little bit.
That's good.
Yep. All right. I'm going to start from the lowest and work up. On a 7. Remind me your character's name, Skelly.
Akron.
Akron. You find, as you look peering into the water, between the cracks of the boards or over the side, the water is rather murky. It's difficult to see anything. As you look up to the sky, yes, there is a breaking of the branches between the river and, of course, the town. But you notice, as you look square up, the overcast bears a foreboding sense of dread, as if rain could move in at any second. On an 18, Gawain.
Mhm.
Immediately, your eye, noting in a very similar direction as Akron's, rests upon a lizard folk who seems to be hunched over the side of the boardwalk with something looks like perhaps a staff. Maybe it's a giant tree branch. You aren't quite sure because they are standing at a distance. But you see them hunched over the edge, not quite ready to jump into the river. But over the edge, right near where the riverbed meets the boardwalk, where there's like that little sliver that you would expect to see lily pads and cattails. Instead, you see nothing but water. And this lizard folk seems to be doing something in the water as it's hunched over, but not quite, again, stepping in, not quite jumping in. And Cunning, you see this. You also see down the path of the boardwalk another lizard folk. Seems to be rifling through a bag, scrounging, looking for something. Even without an insight check, you can tell. Both of them seem to have not noticed any of you, despite the loud creaking of the wood underneath your feet.
Well, before anything, Cunning will do what he always does when they come to a new location. He'll look down at the metallic armband that he has, and you'll see that it starts to have condensing of like water and like dew, and then starts to crack with a bit of static electricity. And he just goes, heavy chance of a thunderstorm later.
Here,
Yeah?
Hmm.
if you say so.
Have I ever been wrong about that?
Have you?
No.
That's a good question.
You wouldn't know that that's his thing. If it's about the natural world or the very specific things that he carries around him as tools, yeah, he's usually right. But with that said, he'll also just look around. Do you reckon that those lizard folk are actual townspeople, or is the scavenger thing going on?
That's a good question.
Well, we can just go and ask.
Morel will shrug and just like point to you as the jovial one who talks to people.
Going will smile at that, affix his armor, and walk gallantly towards the people of the swamp.
I do have to ask, which of the two do you approach?
The one that's closest, actually. Gawain doesn't pay much mind to that. Evening!
I'm sorry, can you repeat which one?
The one that's closest to him doesn't really pay much mind to which one.
Then if you're not paying attention to which one, go ahead and roll me a d6.
Oh! Oh! Hiya! That's a 3.
So you begin to move into town, noting the one that Cunning had shown to you. The lizard folk that you see rifling through the bag is actually, now that you have a better look at him, is much larger than you expected. It's about 6'2". Seems to be fully adult, fully grown, of the bearded dragon variety, with sandy yellow and brown scales, spines across his face and his body. Seems to be wearing commoner's clothing that appears to be rather worn down, beat up even in certain places. And of course, the backpack itself that he seems to be rifling through appears to be beat up. But for those who are on the stream and aren't just listening in, well, he kind of looks a little bit like this.
Ha! I love him.
Amazing.
As you approach, he still has yet to notice that you have approached.
Good evening, sir.
Looks up at you, squinting.
Gawain stands there, smiling, like All Might style.
Can I help you?
Yes, in fact, do you happen to be a local?
As local as you can get.
See, we have heard rumors about people disappearing in this town. That's kind of why we're here, to help with your problem. Is there anything you could tell us about that?
What, you think you can just come in and save us or something?
He smiles wider. Absolutely.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Hiya. That's a 23. So, also, just for the fun of it, we took some common magic items. Gawain has the armor of gleaming, so the armor is literally a knight in shining armor, and he has the cloak of billowing, which right now is
Good. Oh, good.
Fantastic.
This is incredible. So, he looks at you, kind of eyeing you up and down, and with that beautiful persuasion check, just kind of sets his bag down. He's kind of like sitting on the ground, and he just kind of looks at the three of you and goes, all right. I mean, you already know the bit that people are, they're leaving. Well, people say they're leaving. You ask me, I don't think leaving is all that's going on, but that's just me.
Intriguing. So, what would you reckon is the problem then?
Well, here's the thing. 3 weeks ago, my best buddy, Card, went out with the guys. Was gonna go on a hunt. There hasn't been a lot of food, so they figured if they went eastward, they'd be able to find something. Anything. And not to toot his horn, but my buddy, he's skilled. He knows what he's doing. He's got that eye, can see things, right? Especially because, he's really good at hunting, like, those really scampery types, the ones that can hide really, really well. Well, he went out trying to find something to eat. Nightfall hit. He never came back. Never came back. If you're a hunter and you know the area, when it's not safe to be out past nightfall, and yet my buddy didn't come back. Why would that happen? It's not like he left with like his bags and everything. Like, why else would he leave? Why would he just vanish if not something else? You ask me. I don't think people are just leaving. I think some of them are because they're afraid. But you ask me, I think something's out there.
And have they all disappeared out there or at different places?
Well, hard to say. There's only one way in and there's only one way out. Well, if you take the boardwalk. If you go in the other direction, you go east. You ain't following the boardwalk, you're following just the ground, the river. That's the only other way. There's the only other way to leave town. Unless you're taking the docks. But do you see a boat?
Hmm. No, I do not happen to see any boats.
He just kind of does the gesture of like, yeah, with his hands, like the wave of like, yeah.
Owen just nods at that. Like, yes, I got the right answer. He looks at the group.
Yep.
What do you two think about this?
I'd have to go check around to see if there's any magic up. Also, do you know a guy named Ty?
Ty?
I'm saying this to our friend here.
Ty. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's that owner of the tavern over there. Stupid, if you ask me. Listen, I ain't gonna waste your time. You ain't gonna waste mine. Daylight's getting short. I got places to be. I ain't sticking around here to watch my own demise. Who knows what's coming? I got places to go.
Pack an umbrella, it's gonna rain.
Just kind of gives you a look.
So solidly deadpanned, like, just... He has just stated a fact that is going to happen.
But, I mean, I'll still be around if you... There's not really much anything else I can say. I mean... You staring at me like that, like you want answers. I don't know, man. I just know that I gotta get out of this place. I gotta pack up my things. I was missing something, though. And he starts rifling through his bag again.
Do you know what it is?
He looks up at you. Yeah. Sending stone.
Well, you'll just watch as Morel pulls out a black, words are failing me, a black mirror, looks into it. Is there a sending stone within 1,000 feet of me?
Yes.
And where would it be? Or at
The
least
bottom of this bag.
It's all the way in the bottom of your bag.
You watch as he, like... And it makes sense because he's a lizard. But, like, inhumanly stuffs his face into the bag and starts rifling very, like, cartoonishly through the bag.
No, more to the left. More to the left.
I can't... Gotta be in here!
Oh, no, it is.
Gotta be in here!
I know. It's more to your left. I'm looking right at it.
Oh, it's in the pocket!
There you go.
You do watch as he pulls out bona fide sending stone in his hand.
There you go. All right, let's go to the
Thanks.
bar. No problem. It's what we do. But yeah, he turns to the group and is like,
well,
"Oh, go ahead."
No, I thought, what was your character name again? Sorry.
Oh, it's Akron.
Akron, perfect. Yeah, Gawain like bumps Akron with his elbow. Like, I didn't know he could see through bags.
Magic can be funny like that. You'd be
I mean,
surprised what all
magic.
it can do.
Huh.
He'll just like walk up behind you guys silently, and just go, "You know, before I met you guys, half of what I did was just find stuff for people."
Is that why you took this job?
Well, we're here because people need us, so we're here to help.
I'm one of the cunning folk. By definition, I go where there's magic afoot that needs fixing.
There's just like a deadpan stare coming from this lizard directly at you guys.
Return deadpan stare.
Gawain just smiles.
Are you two okay?
I'm fine.
Thorn just kind of looks at you. With that expression that's like, do I look fine?
But yeah, thanks for the help. We'll go check out the tavern.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
One would say that
And-
you did warn us.
He just shakes his head and proceeds to start putting stuff back into his bag.
Have a nice trash day. And Gawain like turns around and says, to the tavern.
Now, since you were never given a map of this area, this is gonna sound so silly. But, Cunning, I'd like you to roll me a survival check.
18 both
Ooh.
ways.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, you are able to find, a building, that seems, shall we say, relatively tavern shaped. Or at least you can assume it's a tavern, based on the fact that it's got, it's like a one-story building and it's got this sort of, stake in the ground that almost like frames what looks like empty air, and there's two hooks, and it looks like there should be a sign there. As you approach, you get closer and closer, and you actually instead figure out almost immediately why this building has no sign. And that's because you see this giant wooden sign with this beautifully etched burn carving of a rose with what you can clearly tell is like the first B of like a word, but unfortunately the sign is currently being carried by a tiny little lizard folk. The lizard folk in front of you stands much shorter at 4'9". Seems to be fully adult, of the spotted gecko variety, with yellow scales, black spotting. She appears to be wearing commoner's clothes. A like very, very plain brown dress with like blue little details. And unlike the previous lizard folk that you saw, her clothes do seem to be a bit more pristine, and you do see, like I said, different vibrant colors like embroidery and other details that you didn't quite see on the first person. And for visual sake, this is what she looks like.
Aw.
Oh,
She seems to be like arched back, trying to lug this giant sign, and seems to be like almost teetering over.
Gawain rushes to help. Like, oh, I can give a hand.
Oh, could you?
Absolutely.
That'd be really
Where
great.
Where do you need it? Like, again, Gawain is 6'5", like he's huge.
And she is not even half your height. She's like very clearly struggling and seems to not even have a good footing of her feet as she's trying to hold this. You can tell that this is so much heavier than she can carry.
Yeah, Gawain doesn't like outright like take it off her hands, but like he takes all of the weight and makes sure like to let her guide him. Like he's
Roll me a
helping.
s-
He's
Roll
not
me a
taking over.
strength check.
Oh boy. Go away. Hiya. Oh, that's a 1.
You you go to grab this sign. And have you ever tried to help somebody carry something heavy and just not have the right, you can do it, but you just don't have your hands in the right position?
Oh no.
It's not necessarily that you knock her back entirely. I mean, she was already doing that on her own, but you can just not get a good grip of this to get it. I mean, it's weirdly shaped, so that makes sense, but you're just having a hard time getting a good grip of the bottom so that you can help ease the burden off of her shoulders. I mean, if you could, even if you can't lift it up, if you could lift me up, that'd be great. I gotta get the sign up there. It's gotta get up on those hooks. We just did a cleaning. But I'm not tall enough, you see? You do notice in that moment, the two of you specifically who are not in the process of fumbling the sign, that there is no ladder or step stool.
As probably the shortest out of the group, he just looks at the two tall people and is like, handle it.
Maybe we could get it up there for you. I wouldn't mind.
I mean, if you can, if you'd be a dear, that'd be really appreciated. But you don't have to, of course. You aren't one of the many, well, former workers of this establishment.
Well, technically, it would work for at least one of your workers. Someone goes by Ty.
Oh, Ty. I'd help you go and get him, but as you can probably see, I got my arms a little full right now.
Yep, I got it. Can I try another go to see if I can get a better grip?
Yep, go ahead.
Am I able to assist by chance?
Sure, how would you like to assist?
Just providing either bracing or I'm not sure if I can help raise up the sign at the same time or not.
Okay. I will leave this up to you to decide. Either you two can roll separate strength checks, or Gawain can do it with advantage.
I'm cool with I'm cool with Gawain rolling with advantage. That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
All right. Hiya.
Another strength.
Yeah, no, that's a
Natural
difference.
20. 21.
For a 21.
21.
21. Yeah, Gawain find his footing again, and gets a better grip. And now that he's not fumbling the sign itself, he just grips it and lifts it up and hooks it on the on its place.
Oh! Wow!
That's much better.
You make
Thank
that
you for your
look
help,
so
my friend.
easy.
All in a day's work. I hope that's enough help for you.
More than I probably should have asked for, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'll be entirely real with you. I don't really have any way to compensate you properly for the assistance. But at most, what I could do, if you'd be okay with it, is I could house you here in the tavern, and I could get you some food to drink for your time.
Oh, that would not be necessary. We are doing this out of the kindness of our hearts, of course.
Roll me a
Going
persuasion
speaking for the
check.
party. Going speaking for the party.
Persuasion.
26. He's the most loyal Thomas.
Well, I mean, one person could do a good service for another, I still would like to offer you a good drink. It doesn't look like you're from around here, if I do say so myself. At the very least, while you're getting situated, I could get you settled, and then maybe once you've had a bite to eat, I could get you Ty. I'm sure he's not too busy.
I wouldn't turn
Owen
that
looks at the
down.
group.
I've been paid many times in beer and food. I am fine with this.
Well, then why don't you come on in? And the lizard folk proceeds to just like amble almost with like a hop in her step towards the what you now notice are swinging doors. And she just pushes through with ease and heads off into the tavern. Do you follow behind?
Yeah.
I will say, Morel stays, doesn't come in immediately. Instead, he does two things. He reaches into one of his pouches, pulls out a horseshoe, nails it above the door, then on wherever there's the closest part of, because I know we're kind of on, a dry dock sort of situation, wherever there's a bit of ground near the front of the, bar, he'll dig a little hole and plant a little disgusting bottle in there, which the other party members would know what it is, but I have not explained to you guys above game. So you just get to wonder what the hell he's doing before he goes in.
I will request for nailing that horseshoe tools check.
He is using his umbrella, and so the closest thing I have for that would be my moonsicle.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Hey.
You're able to do so with ease?
Alright. So yeah, he just gets out a horseshoe, starts nailing it with the handle of an umbrella, and then digs a hole for a bottle full of something, and then walks in. Okay, this place should be fine for a while. And he will head to sit with the rest of the guys.
The three of you go inside. The swinging front doors reveal to you a really open room. Of course, there are plenty of empty chairs lining 4 different empty tables. The room itself is very dimly lit, aside from a light that you see that's kind of billowing from the back of the building. And even with a few sweeping glances, this room is uncomfortably vacant, not just in customers, but even in wait staff. You notice as well, very simple decorations center each of the table as you walk by. There's a small candle, wicks unlit, dust filling the wax spaces. And once again, you find that this building is predominantly built of wood, and yet it is strong, sturdy. In addition to the candles that are unlit, you do see little balls of flitting light, white light, that just kind of move along the walls. It almost looks like they would have minds of their own.
Akron will rub his chin as he looks at those lights, pondering some kind of potential enchantment or something that piques his interest.
You're welcome to roll an Arcana check if you would like.
All right, let's give that a shot.
Ooh.
And that is a natural 20 with a total of 27. Yeah, you would recognize these immediately as dancing lights. This is some type of, whether or not something was enchanted to routinely cast dancing lights, or if a magic item is causing it, or if someone placed the spell on a very grand scale. But this is dancing lights.
All right.
You don't also, for the record, notice anything weird or different about it. It seems to be the pretty base level spell, very novice in terms of arcane magic here.
Made possibly for ambience sake more than anything. Is what I'm getting at this.
The D&D equivalent of fairy lights at a cafe.
While we're here, if you also, Akron, would like to roll me a perception check since you're taking note of your surroundings.
Fantastic, absolutely. Let's see how this one will go. 9. I'm not good at these.
Still, with a 9, you do notice at the far end of the room, like I said, seems to be like an open doorway. And that's where that billowing light is coming from. And along that same wall, you see this giant bulletin board. You can't read much, but you do see a label that reads jobs in like big, bold font. Unfortunately, it is handwritten, so it kind of reads more like Comic Sans than anything else, but like you do see it.
All right.
Well, why don't you, like I said, make yourselves comfortable. I'll go ahead and get us some refreshments. I did not catch your names, by the way. Do you mind if I ask for a little post introduction? Introduction.
Absolutely. My name is Gawain. Gawain Bristlethistle.
Can you, in slow terms, repeat that last name for me again?
Bristlethistle. It's a bit of a mouthful, I know, but yeah.
I don't know if my tongue can produce that. I will certainly try, though.
I go
coming-
by
Go ahead.
You go ahead, Vaughn.
I'm Conan Morell. I fix things. Find things.
I go by Akron Greentooth.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Nana. I don't have a last name, though. I'm sorry about that. But you did mention something about fixing and finding things. That wouldn't happen to be why you're looking for Ty, huh?
Yep. He'll just produce the note, show it to her.
How interesting. I didn't think he was serious about it. Well, it's
Well,
about the best thing that man's ever done here. Don't tell him I said that.
The note found its way to our door, so we found it important to come here and investigate. If people are in need, we are here to help.
Well, I would say that need is certainly a word that I would use, of course. Of course, I don't necessarily have anyone that I personally know to have been missing, but of course, you know how everyone talks and things get mentioned, and you know people have been going missing for a while, so I can see why someone might. Did you say Ty really sent you that?
His name is at the bottom of the letter, so I would assume yes.
That's so fascinating. He almost never does anything. All right.
Well, Morell's just going to go over to one of the many empty tables, sit down, and just wait.
Gawain takes a look at the establishment. You mentioned it was particularly empty, but is there anyone else beside us?
It is just you and her. But go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Ooh. Hiya. That's a 10.
Even with a 10. It's a little difficult to discern, it's a little difficult to hear. But you do hear, well, something coming from the back end of the building. Almost sounds like a voice, but again, it's a little difficult to discern with only a 10.
Gawain will take note of that. And go sit beside Morel.
I will or rather, Akron will also go and head over and take a seat in your cunning, though. Kind of eyes that job board from afar, making note of it.
Okay. I will say now that you are a little closer in, you do notice that one of the, again, it's bolder text, so it's easier to read. But you do notice that there is, like an overwhelming number of posters, and you can't necessarily see it well, but you do see what look like ink like the sort of silhouettes of what you can deduce is probably a portrait. And you see, like I said, in bigger, I should say, it's not as big as the jobs, but like bigger, bolder font, partially even covered up, a label that says missing persons.
Hmm.
Gawain looks at the group and says, "Well, if I heard that Thorn person correctly, people disappear once they go through the boardwalk, right?"
Possibly, we don't know yet. That's why I'm hoping to talk to this Thai person.
Hmm. So what do you think? They fall off on it and they then don't come back, or is this something like grabbing them?
If I had to guess,
I hope
it
it's
sounds...
nothing underwater. I cannot breathe underwater. I cannot stress enough. With an armor, I am not good underwater.
We are aware, but this sounds more like some fairy folk stuff. That's why I went and hung that over the door, and he points to where you can see the ends of the horseshoe.
Are there underwater fairies? Don't think so.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. You know, there's a whole
Gawain
type of
just rubs his chin.
You know, there's a whole type of hag that just hangs out in water. And plus, hags love swamps.
How do they use a cauldron underwater?
I do not know. I have not met them. I just know they exist.
Questions for later.
Also, before you do your thing, Akron, we should probably check the methane level in the swamp.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. He considers.
Yeah, I was actually glad
Gawain,
you weren't rolling any of those perception checks with advantage, because then we know it's for a totally different reason.
Gawain just nods, pretending that he understands what you guys are talking about.
Roll me a deception check.
Amazing. Hiya. 11.
Alright, I will insight. 15. He'll just go. There's an unseen gas that pops up in swamps that smells terrible and lights on fire.
Huh.
Yeah, so...
Fire in a swamp.
Yeah, so if I notice the smell, I'll let you know. And if I tell you to, don't do anything that sparks or lights, you know, typical stuff.
No fire until you say so. Okay, got it.
Just pats him on the shoulder.
It's at around this time that Nana comes back with a tray that has it has a loaf of bread on it that's been sliced, and a little dish that you can assume probably is for like butter. There's a pitcher with a couple of empty glasses, and you do see a couple of bowls as well that are steaming. Sorry for the wait.
You're fine. As he just reaches over and just starts, like, buttering a slice of bread.
She does place it in front of you, as well as the what you now realize was probably freshly boiled water for the three of you in that pitcher. It's not necessarily that it is currently hot, but you have a sneaking suspicion that they make their water incredibly crystal clear and clean. just by simply looking into the pitcher. The steaming bowls have this like cloudy brown broth in them. They don't have much of an aroma, unfortunately, but she sets them in front of you. I do hope that this will suffice. Unfortunately, we don't necessarily have a lot to offer, like I said. But this is the best that I could do with under the circumstances. Um, with as little food as we've been able to get, it makes it seem as though we're being intentionally skimpy, I'm sure, but I do promise that we are trying our best here.
You're fine, man.
You were having trouble. You're having troubles with food?
Well, yeah. I don't necessarily know all of the details, though I do try to keep my ears about. The thing about it is that apparently, after a certain amount of time, the food just stopped being apparently accessible. But of course, it wasn't just the food that was disappearing, because of course, the food started disappearing because the food gatherers were disappearing in general. And that happened, and that started about a month ago.
Does that have anything to do with the fact that you have no boats too?
It might, though I don't know too much about the boats. There, I believe, unless he's left, there is a guy who does work the boats, or at least he was connected to them somehow. I don't exactly know the details. I just know that I had seen him by the docks a lot. His name is Figgy. You might want to ask him if you have questions about the docks. He probably knows a little thing or two about the boats. We used to have some. I don't really know what happened to them, but we did used to.
Would be concerning.
The boats would be concerning?
Obviously, if it's affecting supply.
So what do you investigate first? Like the boats or the people? I thought we were here for the people.
Yeah. I figure we should head out to wherever they primarily do their foraging and hunting and whatnot, and then we can just go from there.
It's not a
But
bad
first-
idea.
But first we've been served food. It would be a waste to not enjoy it.
You notice that Cunning Morel's already through half of the meal while you guys were talking.
It is certainly like a warm broth. It certainly is some type of probably like a vegetable stock. You do notice that there are like some type of like leaky reeds in it, like that are like really mushy and like chewy. But there is not much in terms of substance to this meal. There's certainly no meat of any kind. Um, there is no protein of any kind.
He is unbothered.
It sounds like it's prime, like bread sopping broth.
That's what I was going to say he was doing.
Yeah, Gawain just drinks this and thoroughly enjoys it.
For the record, too, the bread is warm.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, Gawain tears through his food.
I'm so glad to hear that y'all are enjoying the food. The fact that you all have quit your talking tells me that for at least for all intents and purposes it's satisfactory. And she says that with like this sense of like, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes.
Gawain nods enthusiastically with a mouthful of bread.
Akron will give a thumbs up as he's readying another piece of bread to use, is just like soaking up the broth.
It is not the best food you've ever had, but it certainly isn't the worst.
Hot food with generosity is always good, ma'am.
Yeah, it's about as best we got for a group of strangers who want to come and help our little ghost town.
Don't worry.
I
there should
will
be a-
say.
Oh, go ahead.
Hmm?
No, you go
No,
ahead.
you first. Rock,
Uh,
paper, scissors, me.
He'll go. Okay. He'll go and he will throw rock.
Just for the sake of this, go ahead and just roll me a straight d20.
Okay.
Get a 10. Get a 10 and match.
I can feel Zan in chat being like, "Why didn't you say 69?"
She also throws rock. Roll me another d20.
That's a
16, and what do you throw?
He'll throw rock again.
Throw rock again? Rock beats scissors.
All right then, ma'am. Are there any more of those gatherer people left that we could possibly talk to, or have they all been taken?
I mean, that I know of, either they've gone missing or they've straight up left town. Though, I will say, Ty is more likely to have even more information, as he is the one that owns this tavern. He would have a better sense of what kinds of movement in terms of food and stock are available, considering he's the one that deals with the finances.
All right, then we'll just enjoy the rest of our meal, and hopefully he'll turn up here soon.
Is there anything else you need from me, or is there any other questions that you might have for me? I don't know too much, but like I said, I do keep my ear about, and I'd be happy to offer whatever I do have. I don't know what would be helpful though, so I'd rather ask instead of assume.
Gawain looks like you do.
I'm trying to think of anything that Cunning would think of. And again, this is just a simple woman, so she wouldn't know about the like weird stuff that he would know from his line of work. So the best you could say is, have you heard or seen about any weird things, like things being left about the village, or possibly even strange bits of writing left on walls?
Kind of just looks over her shoulder at the job board.
Well, I will go investigate that and see if I see anything like that.
Other than that, I mean, sometimes people like Figgy would mutter some weird stuff, but I don't know if that counts. And I did overhear Ty having some mumblings, but again, I don't know if that's your purview. As for weird writings, no, most people are just leaving, or disappearing, more so the latter than the former, and I can't say that I've really paid much attention to, like, the scenery, so I can't really say if I've seen any weird happenings, but, I do work a full-time job, so I do only hear whatever comes in through the tavern and the bar.
Oh no, that's totally fine, ma'am. I'm just asking the usual questions for when we go looking for people like this. But he will have finished his meal, and he will go to look over the job board and specifically look for anything that's in one of his 3 non-common languages. Specifically the one that he gets for his job, and see if there's anything written in those languages, because those would be outliers.
Gonna do a double check. Pulling up your character sheet. Give me 2 seconds.
All good.
In the meantime, Going looks at Agrin and asks, well, what do you think is going on?
Well, one of two things could be happening. Either something that's out there in the swamp that's now disrupting people that usually bring the supplies. Could be creatures. Could be somebody moving in to make it look like creatures. Or something's happening directly, specifically, boats. Could be something to do with the water. Could be nasty individuals, like Cunning mentioned. Hags that don't like you using their water and the like. Could be something more devious.
More devious like what?
Perhaps boats being taken and used for other worse things. Perhaps even being used to take people, the ones that are missing, something horrible like that.
That would not be good.
But I feel we might be able to get to the bottom of it if we're able to get out there and investigate swiftly enough.
Morel,
Mm-hmm.
you do notice writing on some of the documents, but it is not in a language that you understand.
Then I forgot to mention, he's got a pair of what we would today know would be like welder's goggles, but they are a black iron with smoked glass goggles. He pulls them up and comprehend language, 1 a day.
Interesting. Because of the way the spell works, you do not have the ability to identify what the language is. However, you are able to determine that the job listing, it is a job listing that you are looking at, specifically is asking for, well, there are two. I'm so sorry. There are two job listings that you notice. One of them is asking for someone who can sail, and the other one is asking for a known cartographer. It looks like the jobs are both listed by the same employer, of which the name has been smudged, unfortunately, due to wear and tear, literally. But what you do notice in common is that it looks like this is a cry for trying to find ways to travel beyond, and the quote reads, beyond the bank, to find a closer town or some additional like people to trade with to get some sort of imports. And it looks like like I said, whoever was offering this employment, they were actually offering like a pretty decent sum of money, but needed someone who could man a boat and needed someone who was a cartographer who seemed to know the area and or could map out the area.
Cunning will just take both of those, walk back over to the table. Either you read this language, I already know what it says.
What language was it again?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know the language. So he's like saying, do either of you recognize it?
Going takes a look at it. Besides common, Going can speak and read Sylvan.
Unfortunately, Gwaine, it looks like scribbles to you.
Akron knows Common and Draconic. I don't know if either of those.
I believe... Let me double check something really quick in my notes, but I believe...
Gawain is just staring really, really hard at that paper. Like, if he
Yeah.
squints harder, he's sure he will be able to read it. Like,
You are actually able to read it. Akron.
Oh,
It appears to be draconic.
Let me see that paper. That appears to be draconic. I should be able to decipher this.
Oh, I already know what it says. I used magic, but I just need to know if it was what language is it in. So basically, someone needed someone to man a boat and someone who could chart a map to try to create some kind of import business. With what's going on, that sounds a little too convenient, especially at the price he's paying for something like that.
But this person would have a boat. We were just talking about how boats are part of the problem, right?
I'd rather just like to ask this Thai fella whenever he gets here if he remembers who put this up. Because that'd give us something to look for besides just walking out into a swamp blind.
As you both say that, I would like all three of you to roll me a perception check with advantage.
Ooh.
That's a 21.
That's a 15.
Well,
So, Morel, you hear this? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm at my wit's end. I can't do this no more, Ty. I can't do this. We're not. You can't make me stay, dude. Seems to be coming from the open doorway.
Well then, Connie will just be like, one second, guys. He's just gonna walk over to the doorway and just post up there.
You see, two different lizard folk, both of which seem to be wearing like chef's equipment, and they seem to be arguing back and forth in common. Are you stealthing or are you obvious?
No. He just walked up, posted up on there like his umbrella is hanging off of his forearm.
Okay. So you immediately, as you come closer, you hear this. Look, Ty, I am tired of working for a tavern that has no food and no customers. What do you expect me to do? You can't even bother to pay me right now. It's not like I can stand around here and do nothing. Listen. The other lizard folk. This one catches your attention. You now realize is Ty. He is a very tall, lanky, green-scaled gecko lizard folk. He is standing at about 6'1". He's got these beady blue eyes that look like they could just pierce your soul. And for those watching the stream, he looks like this.
Oh yeah. Now I
We're
have the
not
soul
allowed to-
pierced.
And he says, "You know why we're having troubles, buddy, okay? I am trying here. We both know no one in this town is gonna survive any more than 2 more weeks of living here. We are all dying here. We all gotta go. Okay, great. So what do you want me to do? Just wait the 2 weeks until we're out of food and then go? No, absolutely not. I gotta put food in my belly. That is how this works. I'm done, dude. I am done. All right, I hear you. But if you're tired of waiting, then why are you still here? Get out of here. Go on. Do it. Unless you're a chicken. You know what? You know what, Ty? You know what? Screw you. Screw this tavern. I'm out of here. Fine." And he just storms past you, full on shoulder checking. Go ahead and roll me a strength saving throw.
Oh,
This will be hilarious. Yeah, that's a 1.
oh no.
Not a critical failure, though.
This other lizard folk, who, by the way, again in chef's gear, is more alongside of like a is more along the lines of like a one of those black salamanders. just full on shoulder checks you, knocks you on the ground on your ass, not paying attention. And he turns around after shoulder checking you, looms over you, and he's not that tall. He's like 5'5", and he goes, "Would you quit lurking? It's weird. You're not even a lizard. Damn." And he just keeps walking.
That just happened.
you you uh, you feel Morel a third presence in this moment besides the two people who are at the table. Which, by the way, are you two just watching, or like what are you two doing while this is happening?
And Gawain is just watching.
Yeah.
And he looks to Agri and is like, well, they're right. He's not a lizard.
There is a third. There's technically fourth set of eyes burning into your skull right now, Morel. And if you kind of crane your neck a little bit, over by where the bar is, you can see Nana just like staring at you like with this big concerned look, but she clearly doesn't know if she should run over to help you or if you're fine. But she's like very, very clearly concerned and apologetic.
You will see there's like no malice, no confusion, just kind of like a stunned. Like I said, his response is how his face is. Well, that happened.
I'm so sorry about that. Do you need help, sweetheart?
Oh no, I'm fine. He just
Okay.
uses his umbrella, props himself back up, dusts himself off, probably makes the area around him dirtier by dusting himself off, and then he just looks in. Are you Ty?
Yeah, that's me. That'd be me.
Yeah, that's fine. We're here about that missive you sent.
You notice, by the way, that his accent has completely gone as he is speaking to you. Oh, right. Wait. You got my letter?
He will just give a tired wave that just indicates, "Hi, I'm here."
Gawain gives a thumbs up from the table.
I'm gonna do a perception check to see if he sees you all.
With eyes like that, I think he sees everything.
Yeah, but he's inside. What you can clearly see, by the way, now is like a kitchen area. You see like a giant cauldron, like pot that's clearly like lit with some type of bubbling liquid in it. You see like counter spaces that are completely barren. You see like maybe a carrot and like a couple leeks, but there's like nothing there. There are knives that are just like they're just kind of like when you like plant it into like a cutting board, you see that, but like everything is barren. The little water pump that you see with like a basin for like a sink is completely empty. There are no dishes in it. It's like the room feels empty. Like, you know what a kitchen looks like. The room feels emptier than it should. So because of his positioning, I am going to roll to see if he can actually see the folks behind you. He does not see the thumbs up. He is behind the doorway. You can see him, but he cannot see you.
Yeah, if you want to come meet us out at our table, we can go over some things. We think we got a few leads already.
Sure. I take it by the we, you mean there's multiple of you?
Yeah, about to.
Oh!
Well, lead on then.
He will give he'll just motion to follow him and just head back to the table, plop back down in his chair, and start pouring him some water.
Yeah. I do hope, noting the empty bowls, that was sufficient for you all. I am sorry, there's not much that we've usually got. I can't even put a menu out right now without it being kind of disgraceful.
Nothing to apologize for. You are in need, and we are here to help. My name is Gawain, by the way, and he offers his hand.
Ty, and he offers a very firm shake for a lizard folk. Clearly, this is the arms of a chef, someone who probably does a lot of upper arm work every single day.
So we talk with a couple of people here in town, and we have more or less an idea of the situation. People disappearing, right?
Yeah, yeah. That
Oh,
as I
very
mentioned in my
concerning
letter.
disappearing boats.
Sorry.
Boats. Very concerning disappearing boats.
Oh, boats. Oh, boats. Yeah, it's like
Boats,
a
yes.
like a light bulb goes off in his head. Yeah, yeah, there's people have been going missing. Every single time I would ask, hey, is there any food? Um, Food gatherers would say that, you know, um, they would say that there was nothing there. It's not even just a matter of it's before people started going missing. It wasn't just people. To give you a better idea, it started with the fish. See, we fish a lot. We're on a river. It makes sense. Um, but it wasn't just fish that was going missing. I don't remember, or I didn't hear when we started losing fish. You'd probably have to ask the fishermen about that if you're looking to get more information. But I can tell you one thing: it really wasn't just fish. It was, well, any kind of smaller prey. And the sparrows and the birds, even the frogs, and then eventually it was other things too, like alligators, herons. At one point, I'd heard that we even at some point had like feline creatures running around, but even there's no sight of them anymore. There's just nothing. And people, of course, then started going missing afterwards, and then started one after another. People got so spooked that whoever didn't go out for searching for stuff, or didn't go out eastward, if they left to go to the nearest town, they left, and no one knows if they even made it safe. I
This
mean,
is
I
happening. This is happening just all around, or any place in particular. We were taught that people crossing the boardwalk tend to not come back.
Well, boardwalk is the way to get out of here closest to town. So, yeah, they're not going to come back if they're leaving town for real. But usually if my I don't know too much about it, so you would have to check in elsewhere, but I don't believe I've never seen the gatherers use the boardwalk as a means to try and find food. If they're not using the river, they're typically going eastbound.
Hmm.
Alright, so it sounds like we need to find one of the remaining fishermen, get a lowdown on what's going on and around what area stuff started going missing.
I mean, eastbound. Wasn't that what Ty just said?
Alright. Well, that's about all the information I think we're going to find, though. I wanted to ask you something, and he just shows the 2 job notices. Do you know who put these up?
Oh, Yeah. Yeah, but he went missing about 2 weeks ago. Went missing right before my daughter did.
Ah, okay. Now, for the sake of getting back your daughter, did she have anything particular on her that she typically wouldn't take off herself?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Lucille just. I mean, she'd always have that little bandana around her neck, and I- you know, I
Did it
I've
ha-
not seen that floating down the river. I haven't seen well, any of her things. I haven't seen her toy that she always carries with her either. I told her to be careful, like any good parent does, and next thing I knew, she was off, and I couldn't find her. And by nightfall, she didn't come back. And I mean, I looked, I went
now,
looking myself,
Ty,
and
Ty,
even
Ty,
we
slow
spent.
down. I'm specifically asking because I track objects. Does this bandana look like a normal bandana? Does it have designs? What's this
It
toy?
it's blue. The bandana's blue. It's got little silver leaves embroidered on
Okay.
the edges like a trim.
All right.
It was
And what about that
a
toy?
gift for her birthday.
Hmm.
It's just a little doll she made herself. It's one of those ones that you make out of like straw, and you sew clothes over it and give it like a little wooden head. And
Okie dokie. All right, that'll help us tracking.
I have a picture of her, and he actually reaches into his pocket and pulls out a missing persons poster. Um, and you see, sure enough, a little image of a little girl who looks very, very similar to Ty, but much smaller, obviously, in size.
Okay. Well, I think we got about as much.
Gawain,
Oh, go ahead.
G- Gawain looks at the face of Ty as he takes off the picture. Can I insight him?
Yeah, you can incite him.
Hmm? Ah, yeah, that's a
Ooh.
19.
What are you trying to trying to garner from him in this moment?
There isn't any worry or pain when he
Oh
takes in the
no,
picture.
he's devastated. This man looks on
Yeah,
the brink of tears. This is his baby girl.
yeah. Gawain puts a hand on his shoulder. We will find her. I promise you that. He hits his chest with his gauntlet, like the chest plate.
Um, if there's one more thing that I could offer to try and help as well. I mean, she she should have, if you do find her, she should have on her a sending stone herself. It's how I make sure that when she decides to go off and play and I gotta work, how I make sure that she gets home safe. And when she didn't send a message, it made me really worried. But if you do find her, she should have a way to contact me back, or at the very least, if she still has it, you know how kids are.
Yeah. Actually, why don't you hand us your sending stone? It might help us find her.
Yeah, sure. And he reaches into a different pocket and pulls out a sending stone and hands it to you.
Thanks. I'll look to get this back to you once we find her. Okay. Sounds like we've done enough sitting around. Let's get a looking around.
I will say you said you wanted to talk to a Fisher person. I do. I have a recommendation, if you don't mind me. Uh, there is one,
Mm-hmm.
and they are. I feel like skittish is the right word.
Mm. Fair enough.
Um, just a warning.
And who is this person?
People call him Figgy. Last I saw, he was over by the edge of the boardwalk, kept staring into the water. But I've been. Thing looks. I don't know. There's just there's like a lack of light in his eyes nowadays, and he just every time I've tried to approach him, it just hasn't gone well. So I figured since you said you wanted to talk to any of the fishermen left over, he's the only one that I know that's still here, unless he's left, which is entirely possible at this point. But if he is still here, uh, I would just proceed with caution.
Don't worry, I got a way of putting the light back in people's eyes. You'll watch as his finger starts glowing. Do 1 second. Light. But yeah, thanks.
Ooh.
We'll go track down this figgy person. Thanks for all your help, Ty.
No, thank you, and I do mean it. I don't have much, but anything I can possibly do if you do figure out what's going on, I'm happy to offer what I can.
Don't worry about a thing. We will be back with her.
You see him sort of bow, just like as a thanks, like not like a full like 45 or even 90 degree, just like a bow of the head, really, and as a thanks, and he just kind of waves at the three of you and sort of scurries back over to the kitchen.
Now we have even more motivation. Cannot let a little girl go missing.
Alright, come on. Let's go find this figgy guy. And since he's skittish, get his attention, but at a distance, and approach slowly, Gawain. You kind of have a habit of just running up on people.
Do I? I haven't noticed.
I mean, it's endearing because you're excitable, but just, you know.
I'll try my best, I guess.
Alright, let's
But
go
yeah.
let's go find this figgy.
Yeah. Going steps up, and again starts walking, like just with purpose, like almost marching.
Was there anything you, Akron, wanted to do before the three of you left?
Not particularly. Cunning did the one thing I was considering was asking about the job postings. That's all that I really had on my mind to do at the stop left.
Okay. And as the three of you leave, you hear a warm voice call out, "Feel free to come back if you need a place to, you know, take a break if things get a little rough. And I do hope you do come back. That would be really great, really."
Thank you for the offer. We'll make sure to come back after our duty is done.
I really look forward to seeing anybody come back, really.
Till next time, then.
You stay safe.
Also, don't take that horseshoe down until we actually figure out what's going on. He just points to where he nailed up the horseshoe.
What does it do?
Keeps Fey folk out.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Understood.
He will walk out, and he will actually, once they're out the door, he will go into where he put that bottle into the ground and pull it out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's just taking it back with him.
Pull it out. Nothing has changed.
That's good. Yeah, so we start heading around the dock to try to find Figgy.
You remember, if you remember where you both saw that bearded dragon sitting over the edge with a giant stick, as you've been walking through town, that seems to be the only person not accounted for. You do see, by the way, that other black salamander has been leaving one of the houses and with like bags and whatnot, and is charging down the boardwalk.
Sir,
Who is that aimed at?
at the person walking, at the salamander man.
What?
We have been told that people are disappearing. Are you sure you want to walk out of town?
You think I'm gonna stay here and starve? Stupid. And he just keeps walking.
But, sir, I. Should I go grab him?
Leave him be.
Okay, I will do that. And looks concerned at the guy leaving. Uh, so the Figgy guy. Do you think is that one?
No, I think that's the guy who just knocked me over in the bar.
No, I mean the other person in the.
So we can just go down and ask him.
Do you want me to do it? Because you were saying that I like come off too strong.
Sure, I can do it. And Cunning will just start leading the way slowly towards the person that we believe is Figgy.
The individual that you see, this adult lizard folk, is about like 5'9", also of the bearded dragon variety. They have sandy brown scales and spines. And you do notice on one of the sides of their face is some mild scarring, and they do seem to be, as I mentioned before, they have like, now that you're getting closer, they have this giant like branch in their hands, and they seem to be like stirring almost at the water. You do see also, in addition to like traveler's clothing, you see fishing poles strapped to their back, as well as some dry fishing nets on their belt with a couple of leather bags, and they're just like perched over the side.
When he gets about like 10 feet away, he'll just be like, "Pardon me, sir. Mind if we have a talk?" Oh no, I've infected the DM with hiccups.
This lizard folk has jumped almost out of its skin. And stares at you with the widest eyes.
Your mic is eating all
You
of your
okay?
screams.
I'm trying my best.
You're fine. But let's be like, hands up in the air. No sign of danger. Just want to have a talk.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, this will be great. There it is. Oh, 16.
Not bad.
Yeah, okay.
This lizard folk is shaking violently and clinging to the stick in its arms, and it stares up at you wide-eyed and does not move. It unfortunately also detaches its tail.
You okay? As he just sees a body part fall off.
Oh dear.
Going looks like me. I think it's going well.
We were called in to help with the disappearing fish and people problem. They told us to come talk to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see why.
Okay, can I do like a a medicine check to also see if he looks like he, aside from already looking like he's seen death and it just poked him on the nose, does he look like he's like a hungry, malnourished, whatever, due to the food situation?
Roll me a medicine check.
14.
You gather a lot, actually, giving him a once-over. For starters, yeah, malnutrition, and now that you think about it, all of them have experienced a level of malnutrition. Um, very much on the skinnier side, very, very much like skin and bones at this point. But you also notice this particular individual seems to have a lot of mild scarring, just in general, um, from various amounts of causes. But the thing that really strikes you is the scars on Figgy's face. That the way that they slice across both the two that you see on the front of the muzzle and one that not pictured because of its location on the body seems to go up and down on the other side of its face, down the side of its head. You would recognize those kinds of lacerations to be from teeth.
Okay, Figgy, we just want to have a nice, calm talk. If you want, I also got a little something I can feed you. We'll go a little on the hungry side.
Holds out his hand.
Okay. Morel will slowly, like, bridge the 10-foot gap and then just hand him a bead of nourishment out of his pocket.
I just picture him opening his mouth like a pest dispenser. Like, ah.
I was gonna say, what bead of nourishment? That's gone. The moment that you put it out, it's gone.
Well, he now feels as full as eating an entire day's worth of food.
You watch as this when that sensation hits this poor lizard, they sort of like relax and almost deflate a little bit. Just a little bit.
There, I think that's got you a little bit feeling better. Better straits. I'm gonna take a seat down here, and you notice I got my friends over there. Is it okay if I invite them over?
You see Figgy, stammering for words, is staring at Gawain's armor and is staring at Akron's armor. And just like, there's so much fear in this lizard folk's eyes. But after a minute, there's the subtlest, the smallest of head nods.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
if Gawain notices that he's looking at him, he will wave enthusiastically.
Well then, while he's doing that, Morel will just motion for them to come over. Be like, so I can tell you're definitely a gatherer. You seen your fair share of, I'm gonna guess, gators out here?
Um, 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 not for a long time, no. But yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no.
Okay. So we know that people started going missing around 2-ish weeks ago, you said? Or as I heard?
Oh, it's been longer than that. It's been
Oh.
at least 3-4 weeks.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask, since you probably know the most about what's going on out there in the area where you gather, is there an area that's really been hit hard, or like you noticed the fish and whatnot going missing first?
Well, it started out on the river. We were going out, find new spots to fish. Instead of finding more fish, we started having less people and less boats. Less boats coming back. But it started with less fish. It started with less fish. We had less fish, and then we had less people, and then we had less boats. In that order, specifically.
Okay. there anything like you noticed that was out of usual besides just missing wildlife and then people? Like, there any signs of something might have been wrong with the woods and the swamp? Like,
But that's just it.
Mhm.
That's just it. Swamps full of life all the time. Predators, prey, plants, people. When people start going missing, it wasn't just people. It was everything. Look at this. Look at this. And he takes a stick and he starts stirring it in the water as if trying to mess around the murk. Roll me, and anyone who wants to do this, roll me a nature check.
All right.
Will do.
That's a nat 20.
Hiya. Amazing going. I got a 4.
That feels appropriate somehow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a 26 for Akron. That's the thing. See, Gawain notices nothing because Gawain doesn't know what he's looking for. Akron and Morel notice nothing because there's nothing there. There's no, like, underneath the surface, there's no sign of plants. Like, the twig, or the branch, rather, is not catching anything. It's not hitting anything. There's no signs of fish swimming away. There's no sign of plant getting caught on the branch or being moved. In fact, the murkiness itself seems to almost temporarily dissipate as the water moves, only to end up murky again later on. There are no flies, there are no water skimmers, there's nothing.
I have a question. Did it look like the stick? Like, I'm not sure how long this.
It's pretty long. It's at least 6 feet. It's a big stick.
Did it look like it caught swamp bed, like friction or drag?
No, it did not. Which
Morel,
tells you how deep that river is.
yeah, Morel's also going to do something. You're going to watch him stand up for a second. He's going to take his umbrella. He's going to open it. You're going to see a whole bunch of mushrooms and like flowers and other bits of like just random wildlife he will have thrown in there all fall out. He will dust it a little bit, and he's just going to reach it into the water, pull it out, and then just try to get a good look at the water and just try to see if there's anything off about it. Because, again, no forms of life around a swamp is crazy. So he wants to get an eye at this water.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, do I carry anything over with that nature check I already had, or do I make a new...
No, yeah, absolutely. Because nothing changes. I mean, yeah, you've done something to it, but like nothing reacts. Nothing changes.
Well, it's more he's trying to pull out an actual like sample of the water so he can look. So that
Ah,
when he comes in,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, you're able to do that. And the water is fairly murky.
Let me check and see if I can do something here. What do I have to work with? Also, excuse me, somebody got the cops called on them in my neighborhood, so you might hear
Oh, good.
sirens. Yeah.
Those are just the sirens going off in your head that something is amiss here.
Yeah.
No, those went off a while ago. I am so spec'd for support, but none of the utility. So I guess it's just, he will do the set. In all honesty, this is on brand for Morel. He's going to reach in, dip a finger, bring it into his mouth, and taste. See, does this taste like normal swamp water, acrid and terrible, or does this taste any form of altered?
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Or at least a hobbyist like swamp tester. He just does that.
Yeah, that's a 9.
Not only does it taste wrong, you start to feel really not okay, like kind of nauseous actually, as you do in fact take the poison effect.
Oh yeah, it's something in the water. Mm, that ain't normal swamp water.
Are you alright?
No, I'm pretty sure I have a minor level of dysentery. Don't worry, I'll
Um,
fix that later.
Akron
No,
would
we
look.
will fix that now. and and he just pats you with lesser restoration.
All right, well that settles it then. All right, Figgy, do you know if there's any boats or rafts left that we could possibly commandeer? Because now we know something's poison in the river.
Last I saw was last time I went upstream, but I didn't take a boat because we didn't have any. I just we had to walk. We had to walk around the bank, and that was bad. That was really bad. That was really
You
bad.
have scars. Well, first of all, hi, my name is Gawain. A pleasure to meet you.
He just kind of stares at you with open mouth, like, "Are you fucking serious?"
Wide smile. Widest smile.
Blinks at you.
Do they
Blinks
blink?
at you 2 times.
I was gonna say, are they blinking in proper unison, or is this a one eye, two eye?
Oh, this is a one eye, two eye.
Oh,
Without like recoiling his hand, like it's still there, asking for the handshake. Gawain will keep talking. Yeah, you look injured. Does anything that has happened here have to do with what? Well, the injuries you're presenting now.
You see this like far out look in their eye, like they are no longer present.
And again, his hand still out there.
Uh-huh. And now he's zoned out looking off into space.
Hello.
I would like Akron to
Yay.
roll me an insight check with advantage.
Oh boy. Oh.
You see all.
All right.
You know this. You can see through this man. You know his heart, his soul.
For those listening in, that is a double natural 20.
Even at a disadvantage. But it was with advantage.
It was with advantage, and that's a double natural 20. You see everything. This is a this cut it straight to the case. This is a PTSD episode. Something about asking that question took this particular lizard to a different place, a place that is not here in this moment.
is this a lizard thing? Is this what's going on?
No, I believe what you asked may have mentally affected them. It's the best way I can put it.
Oh,
What do you mean by that?
It's
he's got the shocks.
yeah, they are going through something.
Should I have not asked?
You had no way to
No.
you had no way to know what would trigger him, but he's basically going to be catatonic at best. Maybe want to prepare another lesser restoration if he starts having a full-on panic attack.
I will do that.
That's again
But
if he starts shaking or starts passing out.
So does that answer my question? Yes or no? I'm not sure.
I'm going to say if a man survives looking like this and the thought of what did that to him does this, yeah, I think that answers your question.
I believe you got the hidden third answer that reveals a lot more about the situation than than a yes or a no could have. Akron will look down at the water from where they are and like looking at the stick that Figgy used to like churn it and be like, is the river that deep in all places?
It's a swamp.
Seems...
The thing about swamps is they're as deep as they want to be. They can be right under your feet, and then you drop 10 feet.
Hmm.
If there's a bank that we can tread, then that's probably the best we're going to get. If anything, I'd say we...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if anything, I'd say we escort Figgy back to the bar, so that way he has some people to look after him while he's having his episode. And then I guess we try heading for the banks and start looking for any signs of whatever's poison in the water. This went from a normal Fae problem to a Fae adjacent problem that I'm trying to parse.
It's not always Fae, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I was taught how to work with. Listen, it's a lot easier when sometimes you can just fix the problem by leaving out a bowl of milk.
Why would you need a bowl of milk?
Fairies. Certain small ones. They like stuff like that. They'll stop being mean to you if you do that. But yeah, let's get Figgy over here to someplace safe, and I guess we ford the river bank.
Do you want me to carry him?
I mean, you're the carrion sort here. You are Akron. As he will gesture to his completely no muscles.
You just go to flex and it makes that like droop you. Like
We all had that one, like, we all knew that one kid in high school who was both simultaneously short but also skinny as a beanstalk, so he just looks weird.
Well, I will try to carry him back then. And Gawain will try to gently, like, put his arm under his armpits. And lift it up.
I just want to imagine now his arms go straight out so he's T-posing.
Any resistance?
So strength check. Is it not? Is my mic not picking me up?
It might not for the first time.
Okay, because I'd asked for a strength check.
Okay. Hiya. That's a 15.
Okay. This is gonna sound a little weird. I'm gonna do something a little unorthodox, and you're gonna have to work with me on this one. Roll me a charisma check.
Will do. Hiya. 17.
Okay. You are able to not only do so, but it's almost like the Shaggy Scooby thing, where like once you make physical contact with Figgy practically jumps into your arms and like clings.
Can I roll for insight?
Sure.
14.
They're an open book. They're scared shitless. And they think, with the way that you went to pick them up, clearly, they think that you are some type of safe person. We'll just word it that way.
He will hold Figgy tightly and walk back to the tavern. With a concerned look on his face.
Yeah, Morel just come in. Nana, can I have a moment?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is definitely that man has no wits about him. He's
Yep,
Oh my goodness.
he told us what he could, and then he had this episode. We didn't want to just leave him hanging on the docks, so we brought here where someone could just look after him till he calms down.
He doesn't even have his tail no more. All right.
Yep,
Wait,
You
drop.
Wasn't he?
watch it.
It dropped out the second I introduced myself.
You watch as she like scurries over and like starts setting up like the chairs in sort of a way that like if he wanted to lay down he could, or if he wanted to stay seated he could.
Yeah, he'll just like talk to Nana just calmly, just be like, "So we got some food in him, so you don't gotta worry about that. Just keep some water handy, and just check on him every like once an hour, I say."
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness.
I was
Normally he keeps to himself, so I can't say that I've ever seen this from him before. I know he was the scaredy type, but I didn't realize it was that bad.
Also, I got some. We found out some things that we really want to tell you. I know you live in a swamp, so you already boil your water naturally, but actively avoid the water if it's not been boiled because there's actually a poison in the water.
You watch this woman's mouth drop. Just
Yeah.
slack-jawed.
Yeah, something's afoul. We're gonna get to the bottom of it because this ain't natural stuff. So, just telling you everything I can to keep you safe.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Thank you for letting me know.
No problem. All right, we're gonna go forward the riverbank. That's the first lead we got, and we're gonna do our best.
She just kind of studies the three of you, her eyes kind of lingering uh on Akron for a minute, and she just sits there and she goes, "You know, I don't mean to pry. You ain't from these parts, are you?"
me. No, I come from a much farther away land.
I was gonna say, 'cause you look like you'd be one of our cousins. And yet somehow you're not from here and you come back. I'd been trying to piece it together, but it didn't make sense in my head.
Not a problem. I suppose. Yeah, from a different region, I would look somewhat different.
Fair enough, fair enough. We got lizard folk of all kind over here, so forgive me for the assumption. I'd wondered if you might had extra insight just innately from maybe being part of the town, but then again, on a second look, maybe that was a bit of a dull moment of mine.
N- no offense taken whatsoever. We're all trying to piece together a mystery here.
Fair enough. Well, if you do need anything, uh, you know where to find us.
All right. Well, we'll get out of here and get to fixing this. And he'll tip his wizard's hat and then just start, well, witch's hat and start heading out the door.
Is there anything else that you all would like to do in town before you leave?
I can't think of much considering how much of a ghost town it is.
Gawain is just looking around and trying to see if there is any other people around, and just the general mood.
Roll me another perception check.
Will do. Yeah. Ooh, not 20.
Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, you see Thorn finishing up packing. It seems like he's about ready to take off for real. You saw Nana, you saw Figgy, you saw Ty while you were in the Brambled Rose, and whoever that other that other worker was, that other chef, is long gone. But as you look around the town, you look at the dim windows with no light, no life coming out of them. Some of them, others boarded, doors boarded. You start to get the real sense of just how vacant this place is, as it appears that there is no one left.
Yeah, concerned look is visible on Gawain's face. But he just walks towards our destination, thinking to himself like the quicker they get done with this, the quicker like these people will be better.
Is there anything else Akron wanted to do?
Not particularly. I'm good with following up everybody. At this juncture, at least.
All right.
I will say,
Well,
I was gonna say while we're walking, you'll see Morel just do a bunch of weird, like little hand gestures, fiddling with some fetishes and stuff. Then then tap his iron goggles, pull them on, and while we're starting to ford the riverbank, my sheet keeps going off my screen. Just have detect magic up as we walk.
I will keep that noted. But before we actually dive into the wilderness, I think now is actually a great time for us to take a brief break.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
I cannot
Sounds
believe
good
we've
to
been
me.
going for 2 hours.
We have been going for 2 hours, yes.
Damn.
Yeah, I just looked over at like the record time. It does not feel like that. This is a good time.
Righty, I'll be right back.
I will also be right back.
Yeah. But hey, gang. Glad that so many people are sticking around and having fun. Also, like Tabuya, you madman. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. That is incredibly generous. I saw an alert go off that since I so rarely get like sub bombs and stuff because people should take care of themselves first, I forget what most of my alerts look like. I don't even know what they sound like because I play so much D&D. But yeah, I saw sweating Squidward and I was like, what is happening? Oh yeah, like Booyah is a real one, Zan. Also, I'm loving the art of these characters.
Yeah, they're pretty great. I like to think of like while we were talking to Figgy, like their tails just like twitching in the backdrop.
I want to believe that like Morel only knows that because he's seen a lizard do it once.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, since we have so many people here, and because it's such a odd pull, I'll explain Morel. He is literally based off the a mix of Druidic and Christian folk medicine people that England had back in the mid to late 1800s called the Cunning Folk. And the last known person of the Cunning Folk was Cunning James Morel. And you're killing me. Thank you, Like the Booyah, for another 5 subs. I'm glad I didn't take a drink there. Oh.
Sarah said it absolutely was twitching in the backdrop. Fantastic.
Oh.
Just popped off and it's just like behind the party gathered around Figgy.
Oh. Oh, and now it's just doing all the ones individually. Okay, phew. But yeah, as I was gonna say, yeah. So if you ever want to look those up, they're actually pretty cool. But yeah, the last of the Cunning Folk was James Morel. So Cunning Morel is something I heard once in a speech about technology, where they pointed out that a lot of our technology was foreshadowed by people like James Morel, who had stuff like his iron goggles, which were basically AR vision for him to see devils. So I took in all the stuff he was known for and put it into my character. Yes, I've taught you too well, like Tabuya, of the art of become ungovernable. It's been turned against me. I should have known. And hi, guys! Welcome, Bob. Well, this is on brand. I feel so bad that I forgot to jump in for this, but they were doing a stream that's tied into Saved by the Spell, where as Bob is playing a game in the background, the Saved by the Spell cast members will get in and just have talks in character.
Oh, I've always wanted to get in on something like that. It looks very fun.
Oh yeah, no, it's a good time. It's just finding time when all of our schedules align. The joys of being streamers and adults.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Man, if people ever invited me to shit, like I will just like fucking shove my stream schedule around to make it work.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
I make my own day job schedule, so like I can bend that to my will as well.
Thank you for the lovely Happy Wookiee Life Day. Oh, but now you just also reminded me of the actual holiday special, and now I can just see Stinky's face, and now I'm angry, Zan. How dare you do this to me? And like Tabuya is just continuing to be ungovernable. I am just gonna... I'm gonna sit here and be like, thank you. But also, thanks, guys. I hope you had a good stream, Bob. I know Crystal was with you. I also saw Zai and I think CG. So I hope you guys all had a good time. Ugh.
Uh-oh.
No one is safe. I'm also just, at this point, I'm just really glad I don't have the alerts on because we would have heard so many, yay, I did the things already. Ugh. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Sarah's did all of the art for these, but I want to check when they get back. Because these are so I feel like we are the isekai into a Pixar movie with this art. Oh, Baka 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 Boy. Thank you for the follow. Or I think I might have gotten one too many Bakas in there. But
There's
wow.
one extra as a treat.
Ugh. I'm just trying to find something here. The part of me is like, this is a one shot. We need to save everything. But then there's a part of me that was just like, fuck it, we ball, and waste one of my only second level slots just finding a guy's phone.
Oh, yeah.
Though I do appreciate Citric wasting one of his second levels to get rid of whatever poison condition I have.
There was no telling how long that would have lasted.
Oh, yeah. But I also love that because the cunning folk were typically like rural people. They'd be in swamps or far off farmlands, like stuff like that. He is canonically a person who would know the exact taste of swamp water and then the exact taste of adulterated swamp water.
Yeah.
Oh lord, they now are demanding that chaos reign in chat. This can only get better.
Oh dear.
And we haven't even had combat. We know what we can all do in combat. They have no idea. Like, I don't even think any of us have said what our class is yet.
I don't believe so.
And that's always fun. Because all they know is that one of us does... One or all of us does stuff that could set off methane in a swamp. That's the only thing they have.
There are... I know I obviously, like, posted, like, about the one-shot in various places. If people came over from where I'm at... like in my Discord and stuff, like people will know at least the class of my character.
Oh, that's fine.
Because people have met and seen him before.
Fair enough.
The archetype, though, however, they don't know.
Yes, I can't wait to see how combat goes. Oh, this is one of the ones that, again, because I never really played what you're running as a class. Balancing them was so interesting when I was making up subclasses. I was just glad they finally had standardized them in Tasha's by the time I got around to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember some of the early tests for it, like the early, like, I think we only had, like, Xanathars and, like, Tomb of Annihilation out. But, like, the early Unearthed Arcana, they were the only class that had a D4 health at one point. Yeah, how horrible is that?
The only other class that I know of currently that has a D4 for hit dice is a homebrew class. And that's Unearthed Arcana's the runner of the Unearthed Arcana made the Atavist.
Mm-hmm.
They run on variable hit dice. Their abilities depend wholly on how, like, you choose your hit dice at the start too, which is very funny because you can either have they change alternating, because they have things called Ren dice and they have their hit dice. Either you can have like a D12 hit dice and a D4 like Ren dice. You can have D8s or you can have a D4 hit dice and a D12 Ren dice. And that's playing like the fucking the risky plays one if you get that high ass rend dice and that low hit dice.
Oh man. I was also just about to say something, but now my brain just totally derailed. Darn. Thing I was gonna say. Oh, I totally lost it. It's gone to the ether. May it find peace. Yeah, I'm checking over some stuff. Oh, now I remember what it was. Also, I have just given up. I have just leaned into the accent because I was originally just going to do a flat, like, no affectation voice of this is just how, like, just dull cunning is, and slowly just turned into my grandma's Tennessee accent, which is only a different version of Enoch from Cult Personality. Voice actor, I am not. Oh, you're fine, Saris. Once you hop in, I'm just gonna hop out for my break, so you're good.
Yeah, we'll tag out because I'll go hit the restroom and stuff too.
But yeah, I above game. I have no idea what's going on. And I kind of love it. The idea of just all life just starting to like disappear from a place. It gives me such a fucking like The Thing vibe.
Back.
Yes, welcome back, Citric. Since you're back, I will step out for a second so I can use my restroom break.
No, you're bound to the chair. You cannot leave.
No, you have to entertain people now. We got raided and we got several sub bombs going. Okay. So
You got
be the-
raided. Huh?
Yes, by Bob. So entertain the chat.
No, hi there, Bob. How you doing? Also having fun, Alpha?
Yes. I'm having what people would call the fun. I say as I hand steeple.
You have to say, I am glad that I ended up going with Gawain because I was going to go with a different character, remember? And because of just minor constructions in character creation, I said fuck it and went with Gawain. And I am happy with that because like both you and Bon are going with more serious characters for this one shot. So I'm happy to be the outlier there. Otherwise, we would have been three like serious, non-talkative guys. It's like the super serious party.
And I return.
Welcome back. Select Wuya, thank you for giving me a gift stuff. Very much appreciated.
Oh yeah, no, they became fully ungovernable.
I'm gonna
Also,
go hit the
son,
restroom now. I'll be
Go
right
ahead.
back.
I see that in chat. The moment I leave, motherfucker, the moment I leave. Why?
And the best part is he found it out because you hadn't posted in chat, so there was no way to know. He searched that out to figure out that you were not subbed to hit you. I can appreciate that level of trolling.
Oh no, that wasn't Sun. That was like the Wuya.
Ah.
Sun did something else.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did.
I missed it. We'll get that sponsorship one day.
Hello, I am back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
And because chat's surprisingly full, I didn't see if you answered in chat. Did you do all the lovely character art that we are seeing?
I did all of it. Yes.
Well,
Fantastic work.
yes, it's beautiful. Like I said, I feel like our characters got isekai'd into a Pixar film.
Oh, that's a really high compliment. Thank you.
Thorn,
When it's yeah, I was about to say fully earned.
More than Pixar. I'm trying to pinpoint which manga because Thorn in particular, the face. Like I'm trying to place it.
I know. Beastars is what you're thinking.
Not Beastars.
Oh.
We gotta do the call. We can do a variant of Ringo.
We can actually.
I loved that movie so much.
I've only seen it through bits and pieces. Never like sat down to watch it.
I've only gotten to see like the first like 15 minutes of it in passing.
Oh, give me a second.
1,000. But yeah, no, I as soon as I knew that we were gonna be streaming this and that this was the module that I was gonna do, I was like, finally, I can actually make art of these little guys. Uh,
Zan. There it is.
Oh.
I was half expecting Zan to just like spontaneously like join the chat during the break and just say it and then leave.
But yeah, no, I immediately was like, I need to give them proper art. I need to do this properly. Proper handouts, proper art, proper battle map. Uh,
I would also say, since we didn't do it during the beginning of the stream, why don't you explain what we are doing here with this, since this is
yeah.
more of your work.
Yeah, so this one shot is a module that I wrote myself and did it for events as a dungeon master um for like a couple years, I want to say. But after the organization disbanded, and I got to sort of keep all of my previous modules and material, and we as a collective were like, hey, where schedules are not working out, we're gonna end up being off for a month. I sat there and I was like, I would like the opportunity to play D&D before we do our next session of Those Who Wander. How would you guys like to do a one shot? The guys were all like, "Oh my gosh, like we'd love to, but like that's so much extra work. You don't like we don't want to stress you out. We don't want you to worry about it." And I was like, "No, no, 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 no. I got this. 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 I promise. I got this." And so I took this funky little module that I've had kind of sitting in my back pocket. I have wanted to publish it, just hadn't taken the time to fix it up because it had some things that needed to be fleshed out more, that needed to be revamped. And this was the perfect opportunity for me to do that, to actually fix it up proper and to rebalance the encounter to the way that suited my tastes, and not my boss's. So we're about halfway through. We're about knee deep in, and I'm very, very, very excited to finish playing through it. Yeah.
I mean, like extra bonus if you want to publish it. Now you have like art for the NPCs. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I have NPC art. I have stat blocks. I have everything.
But I say, if you want, I could even give you the subclasses that me and like Alpha are running, if you want to include that.
Hello, Darky Arts. Yeah, no, it's something that we can certainly talk about after we go off air. But yeah,
All right.
yeah, I have, unfortunately or fortunately, I have a series of about 5 or 6 different modules that I would like to give the same treatment as this one, and eventually publish for people to play at home. Because this is I'm making an assumption here, but I would like to think you guys are having fun.
Who, us
How
never.
dare you? Yeah,
I
having a
might
blast.
be having fun.
Might.
I might be having fun. I say with a giant grin on my face.
Best say, a smidge of fun perhaps may have been had. But yeah,
I don't know. Maybe a +1 armor would have me having more fun. Son,
There it is.
hate. Hate.
Well, now that the spirit of things has been put into play, how about we get back into the game?
Select myself first.
Son, I will ban you. One of these days, I will carry on that thread.
The fact that he turned off his intro sound just to hit you with that.
I believe if I recall, there's a way to join calls silently. I believe it's right clicking or shift right clicking to join. A call will mute any kind of like soundboard intros you have attached.
Go. Go.
Oh, man. This has been a good weekend for me. I also should preface, it's been a weekend for my D&D where I don't know what to expect. I ended the last session owning 2 gnomes.
All right. I think I am fully recollected. Would you all like to get back into it?
Do
Why not?
yeah.
All right. Amazing. Let me switch us over. And I think we're actually going to change it up now that you move off of the boardwalk, eventually reaching a point in which you have to physically like lower yourself into um you have to lower yourself like onto the riverbank from the boardwalk. I will not require because you're dropping down. I will not require any rolls for this. It's nothing that significant. Um, but you certainly find yourself heading eastward towards, where they stated people were going missing, and the only thing that you can really find as a guide towards your path, because, well, going upstream, the only thing to your left is the stream, the river itself, and to your right is endless forested swamp. I would like to start us off with a survival check from everyone.
Alrighty.
Can do.
Nat 20?
10.
15.
All right. So, with a 10. I can numbers. It's fine. With a 10. Gawain, you find it actually incredibly difficult to really genuinely scout anything around you. Your boots are like, collectively, your boots are like calf high in grime and muck. You don't really know what you're looking for. You said so yourself. You felt like there was something more, but you really didn't stop to think. You didn't get an answer. What you were looking for. Sure, of course, there's the possibility of Fae, but what kind of Fae? And what sort of tracks do Fae leave? Fae is a very broad term, nevertheless. And while your companions previously had mentioned hags, what signs, if any, would you know that a hag would leave in her stead? You just don't know. You don't know what you're looking for. You're not sure what you're looking at. So we move to Akron. Akron, you have a better idea, as do you, Morel, of what you should be looking for. And the two of you begin to track, leading on, following specifically signs of footfalls, of footpaths that have been man-made, but not in the sense of, someone taking the time to pave them. No. You find a trail that has been made over time of the sort where when people traverse over and over and over in the same place in the same direction over and over and over again, how the plant life just slowly starts to die, the ground slowly starts to erode. It's a very thin path, but nevertheless, to your trained eyes, both of you, you start to see a way through the swamp. But as you continue further into the darkness, further into the depths of this path, of this wood, of this swamp, Morel,
Mm-hmm.
there's something else that you notice. And this is going to be a survival check first, and not a perception check.
Okay. Would I have any advantage due to the fact I also have detect magic up?
I'm still using yours, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But you notice something hidden as you're walking. As you walk deeper, you see a dart in the ground into the wood. Further along the way, you see what appears to be a spear embodied into one of the sides of the trees with string hanging down from it. And it's in this moment, as your eyes turn, you realize that there are loaded traps all around you. Some of them active, some of them are not. And they all appear to be different types of hunting traps.
Not to alarm y'all. Be very careful where you step and what you step through. As you can see, there have been... What?
I am already having trouble walking through the swamp. What more care should I have?
Well, he will gesture to the spear. He will gesture towards the dart. He will gesture towards some other things. As you can see, some traps have been laid and have gone off. There's also several more that are still here and armed.
If you give me a moment, I can fix that.
Be my guest. And he will point to the ones that he can see that are still armed. Out to...
Go ahead, sorry.
Just to Akron, that's all I was going to say.
Oh yeah. Going for his part, will just nod enthusiastically and raise his shield up.
You mentioned that there was something you wanted to do, Akron?
Yeah, I'm going to cast a spell real quick.
Okay.
Just to help us denote more information on the traps around us.
Sure.
I will spend a second level spell slot and I will cast Find Traps.
Ooh. Speaking of, by the way, because I have not forgotten, before I answer this, your detect magic, Morel, currently does not detect anything. You sense the presence of any trap within range that's within line of sight. That's okay. A trap for the purpose of the spell must be anything that can inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you can consider harmful or undesirable, which was specifically intended as such by its creature. Thus, the spell would sense an area affected by the alarm spell, the glyph of warding, or mechanical pit trap, but would not be able to reveal a natural weakness in the floor, an unstable ceiling, or a hidden sinkhole. The spell merely reveals a trap that is present. So here's the thing I'm going to point out as well. It does say within line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep that in mind as I tell you this information. You do see a couple of traps, and I'm actually going to offer you an opportunity here in a minute to do another roll based on this. But immediately what you notice is that there is a giant spear trap that is hanging from one of the trees. It looks like it's designed to fall down and pierce, impale whatever falls underneath it. You see a couple bear traps along the way, and this is where I'm going to offer you the opportunity to do an investigation check. You do see a net trap that has been actually, now that you look at it, it has been triggered.
Okay. All right, investigation. I'll absolutely take that. Eh,
I'm going to go ahead and give you advantage on this and give you the 16.
Okay.
You notice not only that the net trap, it at first looks like it has been set up, and to be completely transparent, net traps, when you really think about it, can always be a trap, even if they've already been utilized. But something that you notice is not only does it have a hole through it, you notice what appears to be some type of flaky, almost like thin paper-like material, and yet it's not paper. It has a far more almost elastic sort of feel to it, and yet it seems very delicate to the touch, and it has a very fascinating texture to it. You could like almost ribbed. You could absolutely like rub your hand over it and feel bumps.
Interesting.
Find
Either
something.
this. Yes, this particular net trap here. It looks like either it was designed to catch something unique or it caught something it couldn't hold. If I could take a guess.
Mind if I have a gander?
Certainly. And Akron will make sure to show him the trap and the mechanisms to it.
Yeah. He'll carefully prod with his umbrella a little bit first, then lean down when he has a better look at it and just kind of get a feel for the substance. And then what would I roll a check for to see if I can figure out what this might be?
Nature check.
13.
Even with a 13, I can tell you this much. That's skin. Dead skin.
Something shedding.
What now?
Okay, come over here. Nope, a little more to your left. That's safe. Yeah,
Oh,
just
Okay, yep, He's very uncomfortable walking with hooves through the through the swamp. Like, oh, I'm gonna have to clean those later.
some. Seems like the hunters found something, tried to trap it or kill it as it tried to kill them, and it left its skin in here. Want to take a look? I don't recognize it for anything.
Well, if I can have a try, what would I need to roll?
To determine what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Nature check.
Let's go gambling. Amazing. 9.
That is
Makes
dead
sense.
skin.
Yeah. I see. Says Gawain, lying.
Naruhodo.
Naruho don't. So, wait, you were saying, and Gawain does try to grab the piece of skin and try to stretch it a little to see how big it is.
Oh, it's large. It's also, if you try to stretch it, you notice that it starts to tear a little bit. But the sheet, if you will, that you're currently holding in your hand is about the size of a 9x12. Obviously, it's a little bit more jagged and it's not a perfect piece, if you will. But as you look down, and this is all three of you, you notice that this is not the only piece that's caught in there. There's more than one, and as your eyes sort of look out in the direction of which the net was torn, you notice up against another rock in the distance that there's even more up against the rock.
So does that mean it is a very big one, or is like a lot of tiny ones? I'm not following. He says to the group.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
Yeah,
is that at me or is that them?
No, yeah, no, that's Gawain talking. He's trying to do math, and he's like, oh, many. So it's like pieces of a big one. He even tried picks another one and tries to see if they fit like a puzzle.
They do not fit together like a puzzle, unfortunately. They're a little too torn in a lot of different places for you to match them up that cleanly. But it was a good guess. Good guess.
I'm gonna imagine you haven't had to deal a lot with sunburns given the Firth situation.
Not often. Why?
That's not how skin flakes. This is probably something very big. Because he will gesture to the split net. If it was small, it would have gone out through the regular holes. This thing was strong enough and big enough to rip its way out. And the net just caught its skin. Also, creatures don't typically all shed at the same time.
Well, at least we can assume it doesn't have fur, right? You just said that.
True.
So we're looking for something that doesn't have fur. That's a step forward. We are getting closer.
But the
We're
fact...
getting closer, right?
Well, the fact is that... First of all, let me try something here. Alright, here. He's just going to tap the top of his umbrella, then open it. They now have a large light. They now have basically a spotlight. And he's going to be looking around since now that we've seen that the traps are going off, but I'd assume it's pretty dark. It's like... Actually, what time of day is it? I don't think we ever established that.
It's in the late afternoon, yes, but it's simply like it is a combination of overcast and also just the thickness of the bog that makes it a lot darker.
Okay, so yeah, then casting light on the umbrella and using it as a spotlight, and now he's looking around for... Obviously, there were signs of struggle. He's looking for signs of recent struggle, like blood or other tracks, stuff that'd be hard to see without light.
Sure. Roll me survival with advantage.
Will do. That's a nat 20.
Ooh.
Nice. We're having a lot of those today. Watch me jinx it.
You didn't have to say that.
I know.
You could have just not.
Okay, if we get one more Cerveza Cristal, you earned it this time.
Zan just inserts himself during the boss fight. Joke's on you, the boss was Cerveza Cristal all along. So.
It's gonna happen one day. I just know it.
So. With a natural 20, there are a couple things that you notice. For starters, you notice, besides your own footprints, there was another set of lizard-like footprints that match the size of your own. They match Akrons, but they are not Akrons. They're a slightly different shape. But you can tell it's lizard. You can tell it's lizard folk. Next thing you notice is you do not necessarily notice the tracks of footprints, but you notice almost like a mini trench in the mud and grime, as if something was dragged through the mud off in the direction by that rock that had the skin, and off deeper upstream and into the woods.
I wish that I couldn't self-predict that was dragged was gonna follow when you said that trench. Alright, something's dragging what I'm assuming is a body in a direction of where that skin is on the rock. Might as well get looking, but now we're dealing with something I don't know. but I'm gonna assume it's feral and hungry, and pray that that child is still alive. Actually, he's gonna try something that we're a ways away from the town. He gave us the name of his daughter, right?
Correct, Lucille.
He's gonna pick up the sending stone. Lucille, I'm one of your dad's friends. Are you okay? And I'm assuming the silence is the response.
I'm doing math.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Your mic ate that if you said son.
No! I did say something! Okay, let's try this again. Alive? I don't know where I am. I'm hiding.
Okay, okay. We think we have an idea where you are. We're gonna try to get
The
close.
sending stone only has one charge.
One miss. Yep.
Ah, all right. Well,
It's not
she-
it's not a
Yeah.
phone, but it was a good use.
I always forget because people interchangeably use sending stone and phone for D&D. Okay. All right.
I mean,
good.
yeah, but you got confirmation she's alive.
Yeah.
All
it's
right.
Actually, a good use.
Yep. He's gonna pocket it and be like, "Okay, guys, we know she's alive and she's possibly surrounded by something feral. Let's start moving." And they
Let's
will,
go.
yeah, follow the path of the drug.
Okay. As you continue to follow the path, I would like another set of survival checks.
Oh boy.
13.
Hiya. That's an 8.
Yeah, Corinne?
Sorry, I accidentally closed my sheet. Sorry.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay, now the rolls. Yeah,
It's-
the trick. Here they go.
It's difficult. It sure is
It's-
difficult.
They are.
And there is
they
a
are not.
point on...
They are not terrible yet. They are
Not
just not
terrible
good.
yet.
They are just not good. They are not terrible.
But it does reach a point where you start to notice that the river itself sort of has these little creeks that branch off and make the swampy parts more murky. And as this particular phenomenon starts to happen, you do lose the trail. However, as you reemerge, continuing down the bank, the river bank, I'm just going to tell you this. You go back to the riverbank because you need something to follow. You need something to give you direction. And you collectively know that if you were to just move straight into the woods, into the swamp deeper, you would get lost. You don't have a way of really tracking this thing. You lost its trail. It could be anywhere. Upstream you continue because that was the last place that you saw something. And in this moment, as you return to the riverbed, I'm now going to ask for perception checks.
Will do.
Oh no, I'm not good at those. Here we go.
16.
19.
Oh, 14. Okay, now
You
it's worse.
all see this. There's something bobbing in the water. Headed you see it way upstream, but it is bobbing downstream at a steady pace.
Let's see if we can't fish that out of the water, guys. As he'll.
Gawain.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. No,
No,
I
no.
interrupted you. Go.
I was just gonna say try to get closer to it, but if you've got something you can do.
No. Gawain just like preemptively grabs the hilt of his sword. It's not unsheathing it yet, but just readies himself.
Yeah, just gonna get a little closer to it since it's already coming our way downstream with the flow, and just try to figure out what it is and if he could probably reach it with like the handle of his umbrella.
Before you do,
Mm-hmm.
a couple of things that are going to carry over from all of your perception checks. The first thing that hits you is as you draw closer is the sound of buzzing bugs. You've not heard that sound in a while, and yet You almost hear a sound like a swarm. It's rather loud. As you continue to move even closer, a very putrid smell wafts into your nostrils. Smells of rot and decay. This does not smell like swamp. This does not smell like methane either. And as you go and you reach closer, you see it bobbing. It is probably about as close as it's going to get to you. It's about 15 feet out. What would you like to do?
Akron, Gawain, we're gonna need to human chain this, or humanoid chain this. Sorry, vernacular. I'm gonna try to hook it with my umbrella, but stuff is getting unnatural. That is a rank that is not in nature. So be prepared to pull me out and get ready to fight.
Sounds good to me.
Will do.
All right. So
Before you do that though, Gawain, probably not all that useful, but just as a habit, divine sense.
I was just about to beg you to use that.
Mhm.
The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. A powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity, such as, of course, Stradvan Zarovich. Within the same radius, you can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated. So here's an interesting thing.
I just picture Strad underwater with a snorkel. Ha
Oh my fucking
Here to
God.
drink your blood.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I might have to draw that now. After
Sorry.
session, after session. No, it's great. No, after session.
Actually, could you draw that big enough that it just be the thumbnail for this one shot?
Yeah. Yeah, I could.
No one will know why until right here. Perfect. Thank you, Saris. I love you.
Great. It would take me a bit to get it to you, but I can do that.
That's fine.
So, Stradfun Moonshine, stop. So, here's the thing that's interesting, is you smell a noxious odor, but it is not from your divine sense.
Mhm.
That, whatever that is that's coming towards you is rotting, but it is not undead.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Stradvan Crystal.
Oh!
Okay, so
I hate it here.
let's get back to hooking in what is probably a dead body.
So the idea is to like get a hold of you, so you like throw a line and hook.
It's basically a three-man chain of, I'm gonna think Akron because I think he's slightly stronger on the shore. You holding onto his hand and me holding on your hand, and then me stretching out my umbrella. Just basically hook and pull this thing in.
That sounds good to me.
Alrighty.
What will this be? Like an athletics check or?
I think in this case, because if I understand correctly, you're gonna hook onto each other. You're gonna go into this river, and you're gonna try to get the bobbing, shall we say, mysterious object. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, because we do not have mage hand or any other form of way to do this.
You don't even have rope?
I mean, we have
We
rope,
should.
but here's the question. Does anyone have a grappling hook?
Good question, actually.
Because we need something to hook onto it. Otherwise, we have to try to tie it onto the umbrella and try to deranged fishing pole this.
I mean, we could improvise one. It's just like we have. If any of us has an adventuring pack where it
Actually,
was adventurers pack,
I do
we
have
could
some.
just we could like tie together two pythons and make kinda like a.
Well, it's either that
Hmm?
or we could just use my sickle. Which would
That
actually,
would work. Yeah.
yeah, it would also make the roll if we have to roll it like an attack of +1. So hey,
Okay. So, here's what's gonna. There's a couple rolls that are gonna be needed here then. Number one, if you're chaining out, I'm going to need athletics checks from the people who are holding on.
I think we've decided to
Awesome.
switch over to the rope plan.
Okay. I'm just making sure that I understand what's happening
Oh
here.
yeah, no, it's you made us actually use our brains, and so we are now doing something much smarter.
Okay. So what's the plan?
Just 2 links.
You're tying the rope to the umbrella.
Not even the umbrella. We're using my sickle.
Okay, your sickle.
Yeah, just tying the rope to that and then throwing it out. So I don't think that it's 50 feet away.
It's not. It is not 50 feet away.
Okay.
It's only 15 feet away.
Okay. So yeah, just So who wants to be the
This
one to
would-
throw it?
I was gonna say this would be a ranged attack roll.
Looks to the people with positive attributes.
My strength is pretty all right. Like if it's like if you use strength for the throw.
Yeah, I will leave it to you. I think like you have higher strength than me. I think.
I guess would it technically still be in athletics then, or would it just be
Range attack. That's what Service just said.
okay? Would it be
Yeah.
a strength based one or
You can do strength. I will allow it.
okay? So that
This
will
is a
be
yeet, not a Kobe.
You know
Alright,
the proper
so
way.
It'll be what? Proficiency plus strength, so I'll have a +5. I'll do a jury rigged roll real quick.
Yep.
In the chat.
Ooh.
Not natural 20.
Still very nice.
And now I need a strength saving throw.
Oh no.
So you latch on with the sickle. And I will give you a chance to respond to this. But it did not occur to you that this river had a current. And the rope starts slipping between your fingers. You have approximately one turn, the equivalent of one turn, to secure it.
If it is a turn, can I do the help action?
You can do the
Just
help action.
Yep, just run to help, like so we both grab the rope.
Okay.
And 1 second, can I add something that will help as well?
Sure thing.
You're gonna watch as Morel just reaches into a sheath on his side. He pulls out what looks to be a dowsing rod that is covered in all kinds of like string, snake skin, and a bunch of other stuff. Points it at Akron, and an arcane charge goes through it as I enlarge him.
Ooh.
I get big.
Yep, you'll see a green hazy mist come out of it, just go into your nose, and you just make my monster grow.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Then here's what I'm going to do. Because you can't stack advantage in that way, here's what I'm going to do. Akron
Yeah.
and Gawain,
Mm-hmm.
please both of you make strength saving throws with advantage.
Will do.
Okay.
Hiya. That's a 21.
Wow,
Oh!
2 natural 20s.
Drop the emotes in chat. This is the best time for them.
Just flexing both of them.
Oh.
You go from nearly losing the rope to very strong and able to pull. You have a solid grip on the bobbing object, and you are able to pull it to shore. Sure enough, that is a dead body. Interesting. It's not a lizard folk.
Oh.
That appears just on a surface level glance to be a humanoid. And it is, as you could tell without a medicine check, it is very dead.
I hate drowned bodies. They're so much worse than regular dead bodies.
Is there an obviously it's probably bloated and been done in probably a bit if it's producing that kind of smell. Is there a sign of what might have been the deed that did it?
Medicine check.
All right. Oh, what's he gonna? I keep calling for stats I'm not good at. Cool. Hey, you guys want to see a dead body?
I originally pitched this character in my head as the character I could finally play and go, that's a dead body.
Hey, guess what, Akron?
Yeah.
That's a dead body.
Holy shit!
Akron, if you want me to, let me shine a light and do what I do.
All right, yeah, Akron will try and help get it to shore.
Go ahead with. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Gawain is helping pulling the body back to shore as well. Since they
Yeah, you have it at shore. You have it at shore. Have it at shore. I will say with the added bonus of the light, if you want to go ahead and re-roll that medicine check this time with advantage, I will allow it.
Oh, okay.
In the meantime, though, Gawain is thinking, like we traveled here.
Mhm.
How far was the last town we saw any humanoids? Since this place is just lizard folk.
I'm so glad you asked. In the opposite direction, obviously not going eastward, instead going towards the southwest, which was the last town that you were at. It was a 7 days journey.
Yeah, Gawain will just say out loud, huh, a human. It's been a while since we've seen one of those.
Yeah. Dear Lord, that poor girl, she's been missing for 7 days. Just, I now have the figgy stare. Oh, okay. So, did you figure out what killed it, or do I need to dig around in him?
So, with an 18, Akron. Yes, the body is showing signs of very aquatic decay. There is some bloating. There is some. I'm so sorry to the viewers. I hope you are not eating right now. There is some patches of skin that are beginning to become, shall we say, incredibly soggy and are starting to stretch and are starting to peel off. There are a lot of signs of of pests beginning to work their ways into the orifices and into the flesh of this creature. However, not only do you notice the signs of some, not a lot, but some stained dried blood in the garments of this creature and in its hair. You notice one of its arms is missing. And furthermore, there are giant, gaping bite marks in its side and in its shoulder along its back. And those are not small jaws. Those are not humanoid jaws. Those are monstrous jaws. And those puncture wounds are very deep. and they are festered.
Akron would point out those bite marks specifically and would point out the putrefaction with them and say, water didn't do this. Look at the rest of the body. It's bloated. Flesh is beginning to slough from oversaturation. But these bite marks are gangrenous. Something else did those before it hit the water.
Alright. We need to start moving. I don't want to have to use it. I'm running out of spells. I wish I hadn't wasted one on that guy in Ascending Stone. Because I'm going to have to save that. I'm going to have to save my last thing of finding objects to try to find that girl.
Going nuts at that. We need to make sure she's safe. In the meantime, the way we've been walking, have we been going against the current?
Yes, you've been going upstream.
Well,
Since it's
On
floating
this-
downstream.
yeah. You guys think we have to just keep going this way?
It's the only lead we got. It came up this way, and in all honesty, if the river's getting poisoned, it has to be getting poisoned from a certain point.
Certainly be from somewhere upstream, if anywhere.
But now we know that there's something vicious out here. We've got a girl who's been fighting for her life for 7 days. I think it's time we start picking up the pace a bit.
We cannot leave her alone.
Mm-mm. So we start heading further upstream.
Yep.
Eventually, the path leads you to a very interesting sight. The water has begun to truly branch off into the swamp. There are stones covering everywhere. And as you continue to trek, all three of you eventually stop halted as there's the sounds of snapping under your feet. And as each of you look down, you notice bone crumbling under your footfalls. And as the boggy mists begin to clear just a little bit, you look off a ways a little deeper into the woods, and you see a giant, and I do mean giant, skull. Of a creature that is sitting with its jaw open, wide.
Going looks at the rest. What is that?
It's the sign for us to lock in. As you watch as Morel takes out his sickle, slices his thumb across it, draws it across us under his eyes, and you'll watch that same green smoke come out of his cauldron as some blood drips into it. And I'm using my ability now. I'm using my Circle of the Coven ability to bind you guys to my coven, so you guys each get 8 temporary hit points and I get 1. And for the next hour, we have certain benefits, including, I'll have to read this on my sheet, it's easier than reading it in the box there, so 1 second here. While you are bonded as a coven, you gain the following benefits. You gain a number of temporary hit points equal to twice your druid level plus your wisdom modifier amongst your coven, which you can split as you see fit. Just a sec here. When you or one of your coven take damage, you can use your reaction to split the damage between members of your coven. And spells that have a range of self or touch affect all creatures within your coven. This bond ends early if any of you guys are farther than 60 feet from one another, or one of you goes down to 0 hit points. But yeah, this is my differing wild shape.
Very nice.
Yep.
I just noticed this. I'm gonna adjust. How long does enlarge and last for?
He would have dropped like a concentration on it as soon as I got the body.
Okay.
Because again, he's preparing that he might have to have locate object to find the girl.
Okay.
Alright, let's be careful. That's not a natural creature. And I'm pretty sure the rest of us all feel understandably on edge.
Out of habit, Gawain will do divine sense again.
Okay.
Whoa, nope. Wrong divine.
Divine spite. On what?
There we go. That's the problem when half of your shit start with divine this, divine that.
Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
you smell nothing. Well, that's again not true, as you do smell the signs of rot, but you don't smell undead. You also don't hear the heavenly music in your ears. You do not find that this land is consecrated, nor do you find that it is desecrated. But it smells pretty bad. And at that, I do actually want from Akron and from Morel, really quickly, survival check.
All right.
That's a 10.
12.
It doesn't just smell like rot. You smell something else, but you can't quite place it.
Just because we asked about earlier, would either I or Akron recognize the smell of methane?
I'll be nice. On a 12. Akron, that is methane.
Akron will say, "It's here. Be careful with your fire spells and abilities."
Gawain nods.
There goes half my way to defend myself, but okay.
If you have a way to deliver it at a distance without affecting you, it could be beneficial. But fire starts wherever you are. You might want to be careful.
It's kind of how it works when you produce flame. But yeah, let's get close to that bridge and take a look around. I'm seeing a lot of bones. Try to figure out if these are lizard folk bones or something else. So yeah, I guess I'll move my little boy over here and point at skeleton.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me your choice of survival or medicine.
I'll do the one I'm proficient in. Yeah, that's an 18.
That's a perception check.
Damn it.
No.
I'm proficient in both of them. It's rare. Yeah, I'll take the nat 20 instead, thank you.
That is that specific set of bones, the one that you're currently looking at. That one specifically, those are humanoid bones.
Ah, humanoid, but not lizard folk. Alright, so something's been feeding off a large distance and just poisoned the water by being here. That's not great. Does anyone else want to try something?
Unfortunately, Akron is very inept at medicine, as you have seen.
I'm just saying, like, just exploring our area. We know we are in. We know we are in a dangerous place, but just trying to see like what we want to do.
Ah, Akron would point out that looks like there's a couple ways to cross. There's obviously looks like some sort of assembled bridge, but there's also some standing stones that might be able to be traversed if one were nimble enough.
Going for his part is going to go check like how stable the bridge looks to be.
You know what? Let's make this interesting. Go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Hiya. 16, not bad, boy.
Well, first and foremost, it has taken some like weathering. It's not the wood itself is not rotted. And you can actually notice that the bridge, the rope bridge, has been tied down to at the very least the rock on your side. It's hard to tell the other side of it, but it does appear to be like firmly tied to the giant boulder that you are standing on, which by the way, I should have asked this and I apologize for not doing that. I in the future will make sure to ask for an athletics check, as you will need to be able to climb that 10-foot tall boulder that you just climbed.
I
just-
can roll it right now if you want to.
Sure,
I just assumed
please.
Billy Goat because Satyr.
Hiya.
Oh yeah,
21?
you would have been fine. You would have been fine. But again, it is important to note the materials of this bridge do look flammable,
Sorry,
and
it was-
even you could have figured that out.
yeah. It was just thinking of the meme of the goat like examining the wall 1 degree. and
Well, no,
walking.
I was still thinking back on like
Crave.
investigation check. Oh no! Oh wait, a 16. I'm a himbo, but I'm also a civic engineer.
He craved the mineral. I don't know what to tell you.
So, the bridge, I think is all right, but not entirely sure. At least what I can see from this side is fine.
I'm inclined to use the bridge because you know I'm not graceful. But that also means that someone's going to have to help me climb that rock.
I'm on top. I can give you a hand.
Thank you. I'll go here and then I'll make an athletics check with advantage, I guess.
Yes.
Alright, this will be hilarious.
Actually, if I have rope in my inventory, I can just throw it down, and I guess that's a help action, or do I need to pull?
You would need to pull if it were rope.
Okay.
But with a 16 athletics, thank goodness for the help action.
Yes.
It's really difficult, but you do manage to make it up.
Ugh. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Alright.
Agreed. Would you need any help getting up, or are you fine by yourself?
I should be all right. He'll try climbing up. You said athletics, right?
Correct.
I'm still like close by in case anything happens, so help action anyway.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Eh.
Give me just a second. As you slide down the boulder, you take 2 points of slashing damage.
Oh,
Ow, sharp. Why is this boulder sharp?
It's jagged. It's great for climbing, but it hurts when you fall.
Sorry, I did not catch you.
It's fine.
Let's give it another try. I will make sure not to let you fall.
Would you like to try it again with the help action?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, a lot
Okay,
better.
that's a lot better.
Yup.
Light up.
Possibly going into enemy territory, so I think, as usual, you guys up front.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Are you disagreeing? Rock, paper, scissors, or do you want me to just go myself?
I'll come along with you. He says he will take out a like a shield off of his back that it kind of like expands into like a rectangular, almost like riot shield.
Alrighty then. Gawain will start crossing the bridge. Hiya. Hiya.
I need now, where you are
Uh-huh.
standing, Gawain, a
Uh-huh.
perception check.
That's an 18.
Yeah. Good thing on that 18. You peer into the open jaw of that skull, and you notice something sticking out from inside of it, sticking up, rather. And it seems to be moving, but not moving out. It seems to be rotating.
There is something ahead, says Gawain, raising his shield and taking another step forward.
Hmm.
He stands on the rock at the other side, shield up and hand at the ready on the hilt of his sword.
You get a better look. I'm going to carry over that 18. That seems to be a serpentine thing. It seems to be turning, almost like scanning the area.
Hmm.
You see the reflection like an animal in the darkness, just like it is. But the light reflects and hits its eye even from here. You see that refraction. And yet, because of the boulder in front of you, you are not quite in line of sight.
Hmm. Gawain is just standing very still, waiting for the rest to get close, and making like finger over his mouth sign like shh.
Akron will nod.
What's the plan?
Can we see it from our point of view now? Hmm?
Morel has a bit of difficulty. It's a bit far away. You can sort of, like I said, see the thing, its general silhouette. But Akron, you do see it.
Hmm.
Akron would point it out for kind of be able to see it.
Hmm?
knowing that there's at least like a creature here and it's dangerous, I hate myself for doing it, but I'm doing it. I'm wasting my last second level slot because if there's a fight, we need to know about this. Locate object. Do I?
Yep.
Do I find specifically, because I know it's on her and couldn't have been lost, Lucille's sending stone?
It seems to be pinging from inside the skull.
Oh no. Alright, guys. We're about to have to throw subtlety out the window and get that thing's attention. 'Cause our girl is in that skull.
Okay, so probably set up a bit of a trap. I have an idea. Akron's gonna, I guess, move up next to Gawain. I'm gonna try and yeah, he says quietly rather than whispering into my mic. It's probably not the better idea. Is he's going to say, I'm gonna set something up behind this large boulder. You could probably lure it out in front of it.
I have no problem going first. So,
And if
Let
you are
me help
okay
you.
with it, oh, go ahead.
let me help you get down. But
Okay.
because I assume we are again at an elevation, right?
Correct.
Let me help you get down.
Okay. Yeah, he'll accept help to like kind of slide gently down the side of the boulder.
Yeah.
Dexterity saving throw with advantage.
All right. Oh, not great on this one.
With advantage, though.
Okay. Yeah, 18.
The skull of a now late lizard folk crunches under your feet, and yet you make little sound.
All right. He would slide down the side and kind of like get up against like the boulder here. And he is going to start. He's on the back of the shield. You could see there are like multiple like canisters and things that the group has seen him deploy and use to great use, like in combat. And he takes out this like large cylindrical canister that's normally like attached to the bottom. And he will basically jam it into the ground on this space right here. And facing the group, they can see like there is on the canister. It appears to have like some type of like pair of buttons on it, and there is a. It looks like there's like a crystal kind of like clamped into it. And he makes sure that it faces a very specific direction as he uses one of his archetype features. There's going to be a lot of text, but I can TLDR it for you. And he's going to lay a trap mine. And what it does is, if something passes within the front of it, in the frontal space of it, basically like right here, it will detonate in a violent 20-foot cone, damaging ability.
I'm gonna really quickly, where you pinged, can you ping again for me? I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
it'll be in this space right here.
Okay.
And the
So-
triggering square would be the one in front.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it on the GM layer so I can keep tabs on it until
Okay.
it's open.
And yeah, if something passes within basically this square in front, it'll
Mhm.
go off automatically. Akron can also use an action on his turn to detonate it manually from anywhere.
Okay.
And once he deploys it and like the crystal kind of glows a little bit, he turns and he gives the group a thumbs up.
Going nuts, and we'll start climbing down the rock himself.
Dexterity saving throw.
Hmm Would I get a advantage if I do it with the moral help?
Sure.
Awesome. So dexterity saving throw. Hiya. Ooh.
I'm
Bro.
going to try to help as much as I can. Let me double check ability that thanks to us being in the bound coven. Oh boy. Where are you? Okay. Protective charm. You've learned how to further protect your coven. Whenever one of your coven members is about to make an ability check, saving throw, attack, saving throw, or ability check, you can use your reaction to at least roll a d6 to try to make it better. I'm gonna use one of my uses of that.
Okay.
You sure? It's a 5. Best you can do is bump it up to 11.
Fair enough. All right, I'll save it.
You sure?
Honestly, yeah, because we don't know what we're fighting, and hopefully, at worst, it draws it out towards the mine. If not, then we just have to play redirected directional mine.
Okay.
So, how much do I fumble it?
I'm rolling some damage.
Oh,
You take 7 points of slashing damage as you slide down the boulder. You hit the water, now prone on your ass, making a loud splash. And, well, you wouldn't see this because you are total cover. And Akron wouldn't see this because he's behind total cover. But Morale, you notice that one silhouette stops moving. And 1 becomes 2, becomes 3. As 2 more silhouettes rise.
oh boy.
I would like you all to roll initiative.
Ah, fuck.
You know what?
With
This might have
that,
been a good thing.
and with that, really quickly, I'm gonna go and refill my water super quickly.
Yeah, I stepped away for a second to already use the bathroom. I think I'll finish up. Oh, because we are fighting something serpentine with multiple heads in a swamp. I am not having flashbacks to Pathfinder. I'll be right back.
So, Chad, we're about to fight some danger noodles.
I am back.
Welcome back. Sorry to fuck up their alpha, but at the very least you have your trap going, so that's awesome.
While I'm here, sorry, we're just gonna do a little bit of a shift.
Yeah, and I'm back.
We fight in a whole noodle bowl.
All right, let's get this party started. So, top of the order. Gawain,
Yes. You said I am prone, right?
you are prone, you're on your ass.
Awesome. Do I start my turn in this square or where did I land? I was trying to go here. So, would I start my turn here?
Yes, you would start your turn there. I will also make a note. For your information, the skeletons are difficult terrain. The vines are difficult terrain.
All right.
The water
First of all,
at the bank is difficult terrain. But if there is more than 10 feet across of water, in other words, there's more than just a 5-foot cube to cross, that is considered too deep and you must swim.
okay.
Just putting that out there at the top of top of combat. If you need refreshers at any point, please let me know.
All right. First of all, I'm spending half of my movement to get up from prone. Leaves me free. Okay. the square I'm in, is that difficult terrain?
Not currently, no.
Awesome. So, to move here, that is 10 feet. And I still have 5 more. Want to position myself here.
Okay.
Do I have line of sight with the creature inside?
You have partial line of sight, but you do.
All that I need. I want to start like Gwen is inside the cave, grabs the hilt of his sword, and says to himself, "Wispy, we got work to do." And unsheathes, but for Gwen's appearance, like the gleaming armor, the billowing cape, and just the general great disposition, the sword is very much out of place because he unsheathes a long sword with a pattern of black veins that go from the hilt to the tip, and is covered in this fine layer of black smoke. As he, let me find it. There we go. He looks at the creature, and I want to use Hexblade Curse.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, that one is 30 feet. Shit, I am not using the Hexblade Curse.
Okay. Good catch.
Yeah, because I am more than 30 feet, yeah. But what I can do instead of that is cast Hunter's Mark.
Ooh, okay.
Because that one is
Yeah.
90 feet.
You absolutely can cast Hunter's Mark. That is your bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I will go ahead and we will do we will do this mark to indicate Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
And he will yell, "Hey, giant piece of rope, come here and get me!" And held action is going to be like stand in position. Actually, I'm going to take the dodge action. Yeah, rather than wait for an attack, I am using my action to impose disadvantage on attacks against me.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay. End of turn. That brings us to, I believe, yes, correct. That brings us to Morel.
So, Morel will move up to here, and at this point, can I fully see all of the silhouettes?
You can see the 3 silhouettes.
Okay. You guys are going to watch as Morel just reaches into one of his random pouches, pulls out a wishbone covered in what looks to be like a mixture of, like, molasses and, like, tar. He's going to put one in his mouth and hold the other end, snap it, spit one end into the cauldron, drop the other one in, as he casts Hex, one of my circle spells, on the thing as well. And right now, that's basically all I can do, because unfortunately, my smart option, if this will be a spell I use for offense, Produce Flame, will get me killed. So that's it.
Keep in mind that has Hex. I will do my best to do it as well. Unfortunately, I can only do one
You're
status
fine.
mark.
You are fine. So it's basically
And
only
good
when
note,
I...
because we're
Go ahead.
also we're probably going to start stacking stuff. So
Yep. Yep. Don't worry. I'm prepared for it. All right. As it is going to take its action, it's going to start by moving. And you can now see fully with its 3 heads, the serpentine creature waddles out and lets out a
Once again,
begins to-
microphone. Once
I
again,
know.
microphone is the folly,
I'm sorry. I'm doing my best here.
and we appreciate you for it.
Yes.
Sound effects sound cool on my end.
Trust me, we can absolutely believe that.
No, the way you said it was just like to chat and YouTube skill issue.
There's that part of me that's like, what if I just unplugged my microphone? What if I just unplugged my microphone and see if that fixes the problem?
Well, no, it's Discord noise suppression that's getting you.
I know it is. I know it is. And I don't know how to fix it, and I'm upset about it. But it lets out a shriek, which again, one of these days I will figure out how to get Discord to let me have sound effect privileges. But you see the serpentine creature waddle its way out, and it's going to do a perception check. But I have to ask, you're not hiding, are you, Gawain?
Nope, he's standing right in the open.
You
Shield up.
notice
Mhm.
the three heads lock on you.
Yeah, Gawain's usual smile is nowhere to be found. He is like looking determined and even angry at this thing.
But unfortunately, that is all that it can do.
Mm-hmm.
However, passive perceptions, what are they for all of you?
18.
18?
See,
And
passive 14.
On an 18 and a 14, you hear movement, rustling, cracking, snapping from inside the skull. And that brings us to Akron's turn.
Let me see. Going to peek around the corner. I'm gonna move up 5 to here. Or wait, no.
Also, remember you're in difficult terrain because boom.
Yeah, I was either gonna move 5 feet or stay there. I think I'll stay there. Am I able to like catch a glimpse that the thing is like right around the corner of the boulder from
Yep.
where I'm at?
Absolutely.
Okay. Akron is going to take one of the canisters off of his shield, hit a priming button, and kind of like throw it up and over. And he is going to basically, it's going to land somewhere. It's going to blast apart almost like this like glitter dust, like everywhere. And he's basically casting fairy fire.
Okay.
Like basically like over here to try and catch it.
Okay.
So it will need to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a save, ain't it?
Fairy Fire, either the best or worst spell in 5e. Depends on the rolls. I've had that spell for over 2 years and have only cast it once.
I will tell you this. For the current duration, that entire area is definitely glittery. I will let you know whether or not the creature is affected on its turn.
Okay. And that'll do it. Akron will hold his position for now, though he will ready his mace.
Okay.
You
Top
gave
of the
him
turn.
the fabulous condition.
Top of the turn,
Mm-hmm.
I want to bring it to your collective attention
Oh no.
that the water around you does begin to continue to move. Fog and gas continue to release. And even the water begins to bubble just a little bit. And as I mentioned before, you do hear the sounds. Now, even you, Gawain, of and Akron. Sorry, it was Akron. Of movement happening in the skull as we start with Gawain.
Mm-hmm. We still need to drag that thing here. We are hearing more targets, so for now, Gawain will take advantage of the distance, and uses the black smoke on his sword come alive a little bit, and his eyes go black as he points the sword towards this thing and want to do Toll the Dead.
Okay. Let me roll some dice.
That's a wisdom.
It is. It sure is a wisdom, isn't it?
It usually is.
Go ahead and roll some damage.
Heck yeah. Because I'm level 6, that means I have 2d6. Sorry, 2d12. Because I wait, no.
2d8.
Did it take any damage yet?
It
No
has not
damage
taken.
yet.
It has not.
It has not taken damage. Okay, yeah. For a moment I thought Fairy Fire did.
So
But
it's 2d8.
Yeah. That's 6 damage.
6
it's
damage.
something.
Still damage.
Mm-hmm. That is my action. For my bonus action, I am still holding concentration on the Hunter's Mark. Give me just a second. That might be it for my bonus action for now. There is more stuff I can do, but we have more things coming, so I am not going to burn every resource yet. Yeah, I think that's going to be turn for now. I am just moving closer here.
I would say you might want to be 1 square back.
You sure?
Yeah, because
The thing is going to... It's a cone, right?
Yeah, but the cone starts in the cube right on your north, so it would probably just be, it wouldn't go off in the cube right in front of you.
Okay, I stand here. And yeah, that's turn for now.
Okay. Next up in the turn order. Morale.
Seeing that there's more things happening and everything else, Morel just looks down to Gawain. Gawain, remember what I said earlier? Opens up his umbrella, takes out his dowsing rod, points it like a gun up at the sky, and a single bolt of lightning goes up. And you now see a giant thunderhead start to form as call lightning. Now let me read fully this because this is the first time I've ever cast a spell in any of my D&D games.
The storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall and with a 60-foot radius, centered on a point that you can see 100 feet directly above you. The spell fails if you can't see a point in the air where the storm cloud could appear, for example. When you cast the spell, choose a point you can see within range. A bolt of lightning flashes down from the cloud to that point. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 3d10 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. On each of your turns until the spell ends, you can use your action to call down lightning in this way again, targeting the same point or a different one. If you are outdoors in stormy conditions when you cast the spell gives you control over the existing storm instead of creating a new one. Under such conditions, the spell's damage increases by 1d10.
You said it was overcast. Would you consider it stormy?
I'll be nice.
All right. Well then. He is literally going to drop because it won't hurt anyone. Because he doesn't know where Lucille is in the skull. Or Lucia. I'm going to fuck that up every time, I swear.
No,
You had it right the first time.
Yeah.
It was Lucille.
Okay. But he's going to drop it directly on the creature, so that way it doesn't get inside the skull and hurt anyone or his friends. So that thing needs to make a dex save, and I will roll the damage for it.
Okay.
Actually, I should have just rolled as a 4th level, so I would have the extra. So let me roll one more d10. I will now know that from future. So that's 30 damage.
Son. Damn, son. You watch as this lightning strikes and hits it. One of its heads falls off.
Oh, I forgot one other thing. Do. Dear Lord, I hate being a druid with all these spells. You know what?
Suffering from success.
Yeah, I'll just do this the easy way. It takes an extra 2, so 32 points of damage because Hex.
I do have to interject there. Doesn't Hex only apply for weapons?
Nope, because it's a Warlock spell, specifically. It is for any attacks, like spell or otherwise. I'll pull it up here. You place a curse on a creature. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. That's a spell attack. Well, actually, no, it's a save, so it wouldn't take it from there. But if I would have used Produce Flame...
Counts, yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, if I had hit it with Produce Flame, it would have taken extra damage, but since that was a save, no. But just trying to keep track of all the stuff we have stacked on this one snack. But,
And like I said, as the lightning strikes it, the lightning cleaves clean through one of its heads, and one of its heads falls directly onto the ground.
At which point, let's go. He'll just look back to Gwen. I know the weather, and he's just going to end his turn.
Gawain right now is just locking eyes with the other 2 hits, so it doesn't respond.
Oh no, it's again. I set up something, and I wanted to have a callback. So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
What's the
But
weather gonna be like, Ollie? It gonna rain.
More like Storm. What happens to a Stekwitz hit by lightning?
Same as everything else.
All right.
The lizard
it
is
could-
going to take its turn, and it's going to move unless you have anything else you want to do.
Nope, that's it.
It's going to move. First things first, it's going to trigger off that mine.
Oh shit! All right, yeah. As soon as he passes in front of it, he will trigger, and it will deal. Yeah, they have to make a Dex save, I believe it is. Let me double check it.
Should be.
Yeah, it's a Dex DC 15 Dex save or suffer. I made a roll for it. Give me a sec. Where is it? There it is. Oh, I rolled poor. That's
Is
okay.
it all or nothing? Or is it half damage on a
It-
success?
It's half on success.
Okay, half damage.
Man, 3d10 and you got a 9. I feel so bad.
Hey, damage is damage.
Yeah, but that's like a 6th level feature. I feel bad as the designer of the subclass. It got dealt dirty.
That's it's, you know what? Roll 20 giveth, roll 20 taketh away.
Yep.
It is going to start.
I mean, it doesn't have to,
It's going to.
but it doesn't have to.
It's going to. I have a very important question for you.
Yes,
Does a 16 hit?
not at all.
Does a 20 dirty hit?
Still nope.
Really?
Yep.
It gnashes down, flinging both of its heads at your shield. And it's a god-awful sound as teeth scrapes against metal. However,
Gawain just. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good.
Yeah,
you're
no.
good.
Gawain just holding position there. I assume like jabbing the fangs popping from above the shield. Like that's the best you can do.
It snarls at you, but does not speak. But just as you think that it is over, oh, come on, cooperate. You watch as another emerges, exiting the mouth of the skull.
Mm-hmm.
Using the rest of its movement it's going to move over here towards the sounds that it is hearing, and it is going to perceive. It's going to attempt to perceive. It has perceived. But if you thought that we were done, a
But
third
wait, there is more.
and much larger of its siblings emerges with
Oh!
another ear-splitting an ear-splitting roar. This one having 4 heads instead of 3.
See, this is why I was stuck, is like keeping stuff. God damn. Okay.
This one is also taller. And it locks eyes with you, Morel, as you have been spotted because you are not in cover. But it cannot move any further.
Mhm.
That is its turn. Akron.
All right.
By the way, I should make a note because you asked. As the Hydra moves towards Gawain, it loses that shimmer, the glitter seeming to only affect the skeleton and the roots on the ground.
Aw. Beppis. All right.
Quick question. Just to keep track of order. I did my. Sorry, no, just knowing if we start another round and just skip my turn, or if
Did I?
No, we are on.
We're on
Akron's
Akron's turn.
Yeah.
It's Akron, then you.
Right. Okay.
Akron is going to.
I would swear I was first in line,
You are. We have not ended the turn yet.
but didn't you just do the colliding? That's right. Okay. No. Go ahead. I just clocked where we are.
Yep, you're good.
You're fine.
You're good.
Just I lost track of the turn.
There is a lot of things happening. It's all good.
It's all snakes.
It's
Yeah.
all snakes all the way down.
I had you and Vaughn swapped in turn order. It's like, okay, that makes sense now.
All right, and Akron hears something big on the other side of that boulder, but can't see what it is. But will, for the moment, help Gawain out here. We'll take out his mace, and almost like a shock baton will like hit a button on the side, which activates a crystal embedded in it, and will use will cast Booming Blade.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
It's a 10.
Actually,
know if that hits.
my reaction, I'm going to roll that d6 for your attack roll.
Okay.
Do. Not great, but maybe. It's a 12 hit.
Unfortunately, it does not hit. A 12 is not high enough, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
I see how it is. You know what? But Akron mad. Bonus action. I'm going in for a bite.
Heck yeah.
I'm sure biting these things might not be the best idea, but I'm doing it anyway.
Guess
Just
what?
give it a taste. Give it a taste of its own medicine.
Guess what?
What?
That does hit.
Oh, yeah.
However,
Let's go.
In addition to doing 3 slashing damage, I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh no.
Very well. Constitution. Shit.
Well done. As you bite down, you can taste the acid as if hitting your tongue, and you manage to pull your jaws back just in time before anything takes effect.
Oh. I see. Alright, however, that is everything I was planning on doing this turn, so that will do it for me.
All right. Top of the order. I would
Mhm.
like, just for funsies, a perception check for free from all of you.
Do.
Hiya.
Perception.
That's a 7.
18.
I was biting something. I didn't see a whole lot.
I have the high ground. This makes sense.
Yeah, I have a giant snake in front of me.
Hey, Morel?
Yeah.
You're still hearing new movement, but it's not coming from the skull. Unfortunately, it's not close enough for you to place where it's coming from. But there's still more. There's something else out there. And you can hear almost like the water as it bubbles and moves, like it's sloshing. But it's still upstream somehow.
Am I able to warn?
On your turn. Gawain, what would you like to do?
Well, now that we are within slapping range, yeah, still holding back the 2 heads of this thing. Gawain will go for a slash attack with his sword.
Okay.
So, hiya. That's a nat 1.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
What happened?
You know what? I'm gonna try this. We're gonna try this. High or low?
I say low.
Okay. It is just a miss.
All right. Whew. Well, I still have a second attack, so try it again. 15.
Just hits.
Awesome. Damage goes boom. That's 7 slashing.
7
And
slashing.
I
good
have, I
slashing.
believe, because of Hunter's Mark, I believe I have. No, hold on.
Correct.
Hunter-
Yes, you do.
Yep, 1d6 extra.
Correct.
1.
Hey, damage is
Eighty-
damage.
Fine.
Yep.
All right.
Do I have anything for my bonus action? I don't think I do right now because I'm still holding. I think that's the thing with paladins. Like most of my spells are concentration, so swapping one for another.
I would say Hunter's Mark's better because we know we have multiple targets right now, at least.
Yep. No, I have other things I can do, but again, yeah, that's the thing. As long as we have more enemies, just to maintain the line, I will move here. So we have more and more protected, and I'm closer to Agrin.
Okay.
And without a bonus action, that is my turn.
All right. Morel.
Okay, I would also just want to point out one small thing. I know it's not going to super affect the situation. I forgot. I will do this for chat's sake.
Mhm.
My whalebone umbrella is actually used as imbued wood, so that Hydra would have taken 1 extra damage.
Okay.
Yeah, just had to point that out there. So then, Morel just go, "Don't waste everything. There's something bigger coming from up the river." At which point, he is going to lock eyes with the giant Hydra in front of him and just point his umbrella at it. And where are you? That's 28 damage for DC 17.
DC 17 on the big one.
Well, actually, the big one and the small one next to it because it's a
Yeah, I
radius.
was gonna say because it's both of them, and they both fail.
Yeah, so that's basically all I can do. I got bonus action. Like, I am in the same spot. My bonus action is on the thing that he can't actually focus on right now.
You watch as the lightning crashes down on both of them. Each one roars out as it loses one of its heads.
Ooh.
Just Starship Troopers. I'm doing my part. End of turn.
It is their turn. We start with the one that has taken the most damage, and I regret to inform you that it is time. As 2 heads sprout out from the stub
Oh
that was
no.
left behind. As now 4 heads wriggle in excitement. It is time for the bitening. In fucking credible. All right. I'm so sorry. Does a 24 hit?
You know what? That actually hits.
So, I'm going to tell you how much damage after I describe to you what happens. So, double checking a thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, you take a total of 22 points of piercing damage as the first head comes down, Gawain, and it bites at you. The second one you toss to the side, but its third one swings in and bites you again. And then the fourth one you swing to the side, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Will do.
I actually have an important question for mechanics. Is this all from one attack or for the 22?
22 is collective total from 4 different attacks.
Ah.
Okay. Because, again, there's an ability where I can use my... we can all use a reaction to split damage.
Oh, okay.
But,
I will keep that in mind.
yeah, so, again, if you got... Gawain, if you wanted to send damage to someone else, you could do that. I could decide to take damage for you. It's just that, again, you're taking...
I will...
Yeah.
For sense of ease, by the way, it was split down the middle. It was sorry, I can do math. 11 and 11 for the 2 different hits that hit.
Okay. No, for now I'm taking all the damage.
Okay. You feel as you take as you fail this Constitution save, a really uneasy, queasy sensation in your body. As you are now paralyzed.
Oh.
Oh.
And that's the end of its turn. This one is going to use its movement. Oh, come on. Cooperate. To move forward. Unfortunately, it has used all of its movement. This one climbs around here. And it now sees you, Akron. They both do. But those are their turn. Akron, it is now your turn.
I also just realized how insidious this entire encounter is because we're fighting Hydras and we can't use fire.
I'm just smiling at you right now.
This is why I love having you as a DM. So good.
You could use fire. There is nothing stopping you from using fire.
Also, kind of
You
pointless, but I
could.
have to check for concentrate. Does that mean for
You do.
concentration?
You do have to check for concentration, yes.
No, no, I know. For the hunter mark, so I roll. I never know what the disease for that.
You would need to do 2. The first one passes.
Okay. No, that's a failure.
That fails. But I will switch this over because the other thing, Hex, is still on it. Oh, I can do 2 at the same time? Oh, I'm silly.
Actually, no.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot something. Call lightning is concentration, so Hex would have been dropped anyway.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
I'm a dummy.
But also, good to know that I can mark multiple things. I thought I could only do 1.
Oh, no. You want to know a thing you can also do? If you hover over one of the icons or colors, you can press a number. And it will also
amazing.
add a number to it if you're trying to keep count of something.
Amazing.
Like, let me see. Let me give an example. Like, you can do like.
That's actually super cool. I've never seen anyone do that.
Yeah.
But Akron, you're in danger.
Ooh, yeah, sure am.
Like I said, Vaughn, you could use fire. Nothing is stopping you from using fire. It just might have some consequences.
Get out of my head, intrusive thoughts.
However, I have learned something else about these things, and that is that they are slow. So Akron is going to. Looks like they ready some kind of. Like they prime some kind of crystal charge on their shield and they point it forward. And there is a blast of energy that rings out as he will cast ye old favorite Thunder Wave.
Okay.
Aiming at these 2 guys.
Yeah.
They both need to make Constitution saving throws versus only 5 thunder damage, but hey, it might push them away.
I would like to kindly point out to all of you that the rolls have definitely been in your favor tonight, as both of them fail. And you said it was this one, and it was the 2 small ones?
Yeah, it was the 2 small ones that are under threat from this effect.
That's gonna go that way, and that's gonna go that way.
They will be pushed 10 feet in those
10
directions.
feet, I'm sorry, I can read.
No, not a problem. And Akron will move to attempt intercepting the big one. And we'll shift to here.
I would like to point out, by the way, that the first Hydra that came out is looking a little peaked, looking a little worse for wear.
All right. But that'll give Gawain a chance to reposition as well, should they desire.
I'm paralyzed.
Oh, right. You are.
Mm-hmm.
You at least
Right, you are
saved him for a turn. If it helps you, the big one has only seen you and me. I am fine with it trying to get to me.
All right. In that case, I'm going to. I'll rotate up here, and that'll do it for my turn.
Top of the turn order. Gawain,
Can't do shit.
you can retry that Constitution saving throw.
Then I will do so. See. Hiya. That's a 6.
I'm so sorry, dude.
I will,
Oh, no.
because it just costs a reaction, D6 on top.
Okay. I'm
D6,
sorry, dude.
Nope.
D6s are our enemy tonight.
So that's my turn.
All right. Morel's gonna see this, be like, shit. he will start like swinging his umbrella against the ground and yelling, "Hey, you big asshole, follow me!" And he's going to move over to here, and he's going to burn another 3rd level slot to cast this up. So just a sec.
Where did? Okay, there you are. I was like, where did you go? You're right there.
You're fine. Lesser Restoration. It's a touch spell, but because of our coven, I can cast it through the coven and. Yep.
Oh.
So no paralyzy.
No paralyzy. Well done.
Oh.
Yeah, you've got a witch, and they said you fam. So for an hour, you get all the benefits. But that's all I can do because I can't use my action for Call Lightning. So I'm trying to stay in my lane and get this one Hydra following me. You guys are on your own for a second. That's it.
Thank you kindly.
Amazing. It is now their turn. This one's going to move over here. It is time to chomp.
But it's a normal chomp at least now.
Mm-hmm.
You think? For my sake, what is your AC, Gawain?
Know what number?
Yeah.
21.
Okay. And Akron, what is your AC?
20.
I love how this turned out. Okay. So, let me do some rolling. Okay. Amazing. Okay. So the first bite comes down, and Gawain, you've just got your senses back, and now there is definitely a biting sensation directly into your arm. However, as it comes down with its second head, you bat it to the side. You are fed up with this. You understand how this beast works, but man, are you tired? Akron, however, you were expecting it to strictly go after Gawain, forgetting the fact that it has 4 heads, and the 3rd head comes down and it bites you at your neck. I need a Constitution saving throw.
No,
18.
before you do
And
that.
with an 18...
Oh, well. Forget.
Huh? Sorry?
Okay. Never
Sorry?
mind. Never mind.
And with an 18, you still your resolve, prepared for whatever is coming, and bat away with your shield, the 4th head. Gawain, you take a total of 11 points of piercing damage. Akron, you take 15.
Out of curiosity, was this between 2 attacks? Both did a certain amount?
Each of you got hit with 1.
Okay. I asked because this will start coming into play when multiple attacks come in. Every physical attack that I take is reduced by 3.
Oh.
And remember, you guys can use your reactions to try to split the damage between us. I'm saying as I am the support who's untouched, and my 2 tanks are getting fucked up.
Yeah, then reduce. You get to reduce your damage by 3, so it's
Okay.
no longer a 15; it's a 12. Before I move on, any confusion, any lack of clarity in the damage dealt?
Nope.
Okay.
Just need to
Uh-oh,
know if
good
you
here.
have to roll Constitution.
You do not,
Oh.
but Akron did.
And he passed.
Yeah,
so.
something is fucky wucky. But that's okay. As the next small one comes into play. With its 3... Well, actually, I'm sorry. 2 little heads. However, it is time. And as it approaches, 2 more sprout. And it is disgusting, by the way. It is like flesh, like full-on alien flesh, like popping open as this other neck just jolts out, eyes beating and looming or looking around. It's really nasty. You are so lucky. You are so lucky. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you like to take an attack of opportunity?
Would I like to suffer one or deal one?
Deal one.
I'm saving my reaction.
Okay. Then I will have you note that all 4 attacks missed
Ah.
with 1 natural 1.
Holy shit.
Nice.
The third is gonna make its way over. It's coming. Oh Lord, it's coming.
Oh lordy, coming.
Oh, it could get. I did not think it could get on the rock.
Yeah, it climbed. Used its action to climb.
I am become error, and now I am in untold danger.
And that is its turn. Akron, what would you like to do?
All right. Who keeping it away from cunning is probably the best option, but I am not in a position to move. Instead, while fending off the Hydra, he's gonna pop off another canister, and he's going to put an extra crystal or 2 in it. He has this loading device on the back of the shield that he quickly that basically slides in extra crystals into it, kind of grabbing the canister and shoving it against a module on the back of the shield, and he's gonna throw it basically on top, over here, and he is going to throw a catalytic explosive.
Okay.
And he's going to use a first level spell slot on it to empower it.
Okay.
This will cause it to them to make a dex save or suffer 4d6 force damage.
Let's go. All right. And it's the top one, correct?
It's throwing it at the big one.
Oh, at the big one. Okay. Yep.
Trying to keep it away from cunning, to try and
Okay.
get its attention away.
Man. These dice.
Ah,
These dice really
garbage.
love you tonight as it fails.
all right, that'll be a fire in the hole of 11 force damage.
Yeah,
Does
I
it
was about to say-
move?
No, it does not force any kind of movement,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Vaughn?
I was just gonna say, your dice love us. Roll 20. Fuck you.
All right. Anything else you
Oh,
would like to
wait.
do on your turn?
Hang on, I need to re-roll. I actually did a typo
Mm.
on the dice roll for the extra damage. So
Okay.
let me re-click that, because I put 2 S6, and so it just gave 2. Let me just roll that manually. Okay, that's better.
Oh, yeah, that's doing some numbers. So that's 21.
As you do that, another head falls off. Blown clean off. As it splashes into the water below, it gurgles before sinking. Anything else you would like to do on your turn?
That will do it, I suppose.
Top of the turn order.
Okay, first of all, how damaged does the snake chaos in front of me look like?
Roll me an insight check.
Will do. Nah.
It looks hungry.
Well, I look pissed, so I am using my bonus action to cast Thunderous Might on myself. That's my bonus action. So, let's go swinging. First
Okay.
attack against this against this thing. Does a 20 hit?
A 20 does hit.
Perfect. Here's my damage, and I have to roll 2d6 extra.
Correct.
Hiya! For a total of 19. And what you see is that Gawain, holding his shield, still keeping this thing at bay. There is a rumbling as he rises his like black blade up, comes down on this thing, and there is a booming like explosion that can be heard up to 300 feet radius. As Gawain screams, "You stay down!"
I also, hold up. There's more.
There's more.
There's more. Unfortunately, it does succeed on that strength save, though, so it does not get pushed away and is not knocked prone. But good damage as another one of its heads falls and splats on the ground.
Let's go for another one. That's one attack. I have 2.
But wait, there's more.
Does a 21 hit?
21 does hit.
The Thunderous Might is only the first attack. It's concentration, which is good because it means if you fail an attack, you can still trying while the spell is up. But I've used the one charge it had, so I just can drop the concentration. I don't
Correct.
care.
Correct.
Yeah. But the damage for this one is going to be another 7.
Well done. It's looking pretty bad.
That's action, bonus action. Just I don't want to get flanked, so but I'm gonna hold position because if I can move here without doing opportunity attacks if I just move that, but I would leave Akrin open to get flanked in my stead. So fuck it, I'm taking it. Yeah, that's
Morale.
it.
Morel's gonna look at this big thing, having been a little bit surprised and startled that it came at him. But now he's just gonna kind of, like, relax his body, have his umbrella just rest against his shoulder. I didn't want to do this. But there's folks need protected and a girl needs saving. You're gonna watch as his eyes start to glow. His, like, any place that would expose, like, facing him, like his eyes, his mouth, etc., start to glow as Celestial Revelation, specifically Radiant Consumption. So anything that I have a 10-foot radius, and anything that ends its turn within that 10 feet takes 3 radiant damage, and any damage from any spell or any other source also does another 3 radiant damage. And
Okay.
having freed up his action, right on top of it. Yeah.
Gawain, you will also need to make a dexterity saving throw.
It should only be within 5 feet.
This thing is a 10-foot by 10-foot monster. Where are you placing it?
Oh. He would definitely place it so that it would hit the monster, but not hit anyone else, because
Okay.
it's a 5-foot radius.
Do you specify that moving forward? Because otherwise he will start having to make dex saves as well, because he is
Sorry.
technically within 5 feet
Okay.
of the monster.
So I'll be doing it on Oh, in this game I actually do have pinging privileges again. It's been like 3
Yes,
months.
you do.
So here.
Okay.
That's 31 points of damage. Actually, no. 34.
Another one of its heads comes clean off. It writhes and wriggles in pain as only 2 heads remain. Or, I'm sorry, only 1 head remains for now.
And that's all he can do. Actually, no, he is going to be smart. He knows these things. I need to adjust the map for myself. 1, 2, 3. I need to just make sure, just for the sake of everybody. So I have to do measuring tools, so this is going to be a tedious turn. Yeah, he can get to the other end of the bridge without... Oh, need to go back to here. Without losing our coven binding. So he's all the way back here. It's like, I'm helping, guys!
You're doing fine, sweetie!
But yeah, that's
Is
turn.
that the end of your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one here, the first one, is going to make... I believe we are at, yes, 3 attacks. All of which miss. It is kind of grating hearing the teeth strike against metal as it misses both Gawain and Akron.
Oh, heck yeah.
This one, however, before it starts... Oh no, I did that last time. Sorry, I'm keeping track of stuff. No, it goes in for... I remember. I know which one I'm doing. Goes in for... Okay. This one also tries to take 4 attacks at Akron and misses all 4 of them. My dice really love you all tonight.
We love them.
It is this one, however, of which you watch 9 different heads all sprout out of its neck.
Well, that's just not
And
fair.
it has reach. It's going to contemplate. It's going to make a roll. It's going to figure out who it's going after. It's smart
with-
enough. Huh?
With that many hits, I would assume they have to stop, have a count debate, like make sure they are all in
At a
agreement.
round table, they're like, guys, huddle up, huddle up.
What do
Well,
we
and
do
it
now?
does appear to be smart enough to recognize that this prey has no predator going after it. Are you within 5 feet? Are you within? You are within 10 feet.
I might need you guys to burn some reactions.
God damn it. The
Can
one thing
do.
I can do. God damn it.
Also, holy shit, that thing can schmoo faster than I thought it could.
Yeah.
Difficult terrain.
The vines were the problem before.
All right. Morel, what is your AC?
This is where it's gonna get
Not
real
enough.
bad. 11. You guys are too high a level for me to be like, bark skin, I'll cast it on myself and you guys get 16 AC. My folly.
You say we,
I'm
you say
so sorry, dude.
you say we can use reactions to like distribute the damage, right?
Yep. That's one reaction
do.
per you. And I have 9 attacks coming at me.
You have 10 attacks coming at you. There are 10 heads total. It just sprouted 9 and had 1 left. It
So this
has
has
10.
been fun.
It has 10 attacks.
Ironically, I'm the one with a Revivify, so it's been fun, guys.
I'm so sorry, my dude.
You're fine.
Hey, maybe I won't one-shot you entirely. It's even worse because if you remember, there was something else coming.
Yep. This is not the entire fight yet.
Okay. The dice giveth, and they taketh away.
Can I just make this easier for you? I
Uh-huh.
with my 1 temporary hit point, I have 46 HP.
It doesn't down you.
Oh,
It
that's
does not down you.
I feel like the heads are just batting him around and he's gonna fall and do the SpongeBob pose.
Still, I
mean-
am using my reaction to eat some of the damage. I don't know
Sure,
if you want to do the
absolutely,
same.
absolutely. And I will be kind to you, and I will give you one of the 7s.
Statistically, I am not keeping up Call Lightning. I'm not even going to roll.
Yes. 7 damage on me?
Yep.
Perfect.
I mean, you'd be surprised, Vaughn. Remember, these are a bunch of instances of attacks that probably none of them are over DC 10.
Correct.
You
I
might keep it.
need a total of 6 because he took some of the damage. 6 Constitution saving throws from you, and I will DM you how much damage you took.
12, 15.
Akron, you give me
14.
your reaction, or
What?
no? Just curious if Skelly, you're gonna like mitigate.
Yeah, I would mitigate a hit.
Okay. Do you want the other 7?
Sure.
Okay.
So that's 5. Do I need one more?
Nope,
Yeah,
that's
because-
it, and you pass all of them.
Oh!
If we clear this area, oh, that's amazing. If we clear this area, I'm a fucking paladin. I can lay in hands on us. just we need to last long enough. That's all.
Okay, I'll just say this. After all of that, Morel just lands on the stone, stabs his umbrella into the rock, pushes himself up. There's a girl needs saving. I didn't hear no bell.
You're up.
Actually,
I
no,
do
Gawain
need
would be.
one final
Oh.
Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh, it's the worst one. Here we go. 20! Ah!
That is a success. You are not paralyzed.
Oh, that's good.
And that is that one's turn. It is now Akron's turn.
Actually, it ended its turn within 10 feet of me. It takes 3 damage.
It sure does.
I concentration though.
No, that's just my...
No.
That's Azamar.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah.
But now it's Alpha.
Oh, it is? Okay, fantastic. Is Cunning within, can I see Cunning up on the rock?
Oh yeah. It's a little hard to see him, but like because of the giant Hydra, but like yeah.
Alright, fantastic. He looks over at Gawain and gives like a small nod as he's trying to fend off this Hydra. And he's gonna take out this amethyst crystal and flick it behind him, which will land somewhere over here. And Akron quickly takes out. It looks like a little small, like. It almost looks like a hand crossbow. Is like the best way I can describe it. And it fires he like points over like Gawain's shoulder, and points it at Cunning and shoots straight at him. And on impact, if Cunning wishes, he will disappear and appear at the other location with Vortex Orb.
Teleport, baby.
That's actually one of the best uses of Vortex Warp I've seen. And that's one of my always prepared spells. Thank you. Ping for me where he lands.
It'll be back here. Like it would be over here.
I want to believe that he floats in like Mary Poppins with his umbrella out.
And that's my action. That'll do it for my turn.
Fantastic use though.
Top of the turn order, you all begin to hear that sound of something coming. The sloshing in the water.
Question again. How is the one in front of me looking?
It's on its last legs. I don't even need to have you roll an insight.
Yeah, straight attack on this one then. No fancy. So higher. 21.
How do you want to kill this thing? How do you want to kill it?
Yeah, Gawain is just tired of this thing. I want to believe it's still reeling from the booming explosion before, and Gawain takes the chance to just go for a slash and take all of the heads at once.
Amazing! You hit all 4 of the heads all at once. Or I'm sorry, all 3 because you had already sliced one off. 3 of the heads.
Let me see. Question. Consecutive attacks. Can I interrupt them with movement, or should
I'm gonna be nice. I know you're technically not supposed to, but I am going to be nice because you're going to need it. Go for it.
Yeah. I reposition myself. Bonus action, Thunderous Might again.
Okay?
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Taking down that spell slot. And going for another sword slash. 20 to
Okay.
hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Then we have 13 damage plus 2d6. That's a total of 22 damage. On this
22
one.
damage. One of its heads slides clean off as you hit it, and as that giant boom strikes through the air as your sword makes contact with its neck, it flies back.
It failed a
10
strength save?
feet.
Yeah, and it's prone.
And it is prone.
As much prone as a snake can be.
I mean, you topple. Have you ever seen a gator try to get up or a lizard try to get up after being
Yeah.
knocked on its side?
So I moved 5 feet here. I still have 30 feet of movement. So I am going to get all my way here.
Okay.
I need to keep this thing away from Morel. Yeah, so like the explosion sends this thing flying and going, not like hesitating a second, just dashes after it. And that is all of my turn.
Okay. Morel.
Now, there's one thing I do have to ask. I know that I had 14 damage taken off of all the damage done to me. We never actually established how much damage I took, so I need to do that.
I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
It's not showing. Oh, okay. Now I see where it is. Okay. Oh, that's not so bad. It's gonna take me a minute. I will actually have to pull
Yeah,
out a calculator
they
for that.
helped you a lot. Your buddies helped you a lot by taking the 2 7s.
Okay, so give me a second here. I'm juggling so many screens with the character sheet and everything. Give me 1 second
I'm
here.
so sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to keep this fair. So, but he is just going to, touch a hand to his chest as it starts to glow. And I used my Asmar healing hands with the advantage of having an extra 1d4 thanks to my moon sickle. So he takes another 12 damage. So that... Oh, that means I only took 11 damage.
12
That's-
negative damage.
Yes. Or as our friend Blue would say, 12 healing damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, let me check. I need to make sure if that's a action or a bonus action real quick. It's been a minute. Oh, it's not on the sheet. Fuck. I am so sorry. This is on me. I'll just say it's an action. We will let the big snake live. I got nearly all my health back. And then he is just going to move towards the skull so he can only get about here. And just be like, Lucille! I know you're in there. You're hiding. You're being a good girl. Just let us deal with these snakes. As he just plasters against this thing, trying not to collapse. In my turn.
Roll me for free a persuasion check
Okay.
with advantage.
It's 13.
Okay. We'll see what happens.
But yeah, now I'm going to try to do all the health. So. Okay, it's 11. So.
Anything else on your turn?
That's all he can do. This man has kept the storm going, is out of danger, has checked on the child. He's done literally everything he can do.
Alrighty. I'm double checking a thing. Okie dokie. It's gonna use half its movement to stand up. It is flanked between a tree and a knight. Unable to move.
A very pissed off satyr.
Yeah, right? It's gonna go in for a couple attacks. Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Which that is this one. That means that during this round, 2 more heads sprout up.
Yeah. Actually,
Mm.
as my reaction, Gawain is very done with this with this entire scenario. So
Okay.
with my reaction, why once it starts attacking, I am casting shield. My AC is 26.
Okay. AC is
Fuck you.
26. Okay, that was probably the smartest move you could have made. As we went from 4 attacks hitting to 1 attack hitting. I regret to inform you, it did roll a natural 20,
Fair enough.
and it meets
Oh.
your AC.
Okay.
That said, oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. That said, you take 25 piercing damage from the crit.
I'm down.
I'm going to use
I'm sorry.
I'm using my reaction to half that.
Okay.
So that would be 12 or 13. I can take either.
That would be 13.
Okay. You still up, Citric?
Yep.
All
Is it
right.
25? Minus 13.
No, for you it's 12.
Nice.
I took the higher half. So you took 12, I took 13.
Still up.
But I do have to now make a con save. Okay, yeah, no, I make it.
You do make it.
Morel is a string bean, but he has the stamina of a god.
What you gonna do?
I was thinking about a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the time, doing some adjustments on the fly. This one is gonna use its movement to get over here, and it's gonna end its turn there. Akron, you're up.
How much of an asshole do I want to be? You know what? We're gonna try. From here, he's going to use one of his last spell slots. He's gonna cast another Thunder Wave at this guy. He's gonna try and shove him off the rock.
Do it.
Alright.
Do it.
Base level, Thunder Wave. Sorry, just 6. Ignore the spell catalyst.
No.
No, it
Not
saves.
ignored.
As in it.
Oh,
As in.
just shoved him into the water.
And I had to double check. It does not like start drowning. It does manage to keep keep itself okay for the most part. However, not only is it currently prone and in the water, which is not good, but it hit its head on the way down on the rock.
Which one? There's a bunch of them.
That one.
It is. I actually know that now that I'm thinking about it, because it is prone, I need to roll a con save because all of its heads are underwater.
Oh,
The poisoned water.
right.
All right, you will find out what happens next turn.
Next time,
Alright.
in Dragon Ball Z.
But it is currently prone under the water.
Alright, Akron will move to help Gawain. He'll just kind of like, and he will just move to help engage the small one left with Gawain. And that'll
Gawain looks like shit, by the way.
duly noted. Unfortunately, I believe, I can only cast one spell a turn, so
Yep.
That will do it. I'm curious, what cast action is? It is okay. It's a bonus action, duly noted for next turn. All right, end of my turn.
Wayne, it is your turn.
How is this thing looking?
Roll me an insight check.
Let's go. 23.
All things considered, it's looking pretty bloody.
Yeah, let's do this. We have a pattern. Why break it? Opening up with Thunderous Might.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like wall bounce it off the tree.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take this one. So that's my last first level spell slot. And yeah, Gawain is just looking at this like riding mass of heads. Just fucking tired, just done, angry, and goes again. Like you feel the rumbling as the swing comes down. And hiya, 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Damage is 10 slashing. 2d6. Wait, I roll one. Sorry. There we go. 18 total.
Roll me a d10.
Hiya. There's a 5.
As it flings through the tree, smashing through it and cracking the tree in half, the tree falls on top of it, dealing a total of 23 points of damage.
Is it still moving though?
You will find out on its turn.
Yeah. Gawain is catching his breath after, like, again, this has not been quiet. Like, this is the third, like, massive boom in a row.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
His ears are hurting by now. Like, he hears the ringing. So he looks at Akrin and screams, "We have to get the girl!" And he drags himself in front here. And I still have one attack. So if anything, it's poking out. He's just trying to double tap this shit.
Just go for it. Do your attack.
Yeah, I don't care if it's live or not. Like, it's going. I have to attack something. 22 to hit.
Yeah, it hits. And that's a crit because it's prone.
8 slashing.
How do you
Press
want to
again.
kill this thing?
Yeah, Gawain just raises the blade up high, locates where the body is to ignore the heads, and just like stabs it through.
Okay.
And he's not like raising the blade back up again. He's doing badly, so he's kind of taking a moment to rest and catch his breath as he's putting all of his weight on the blade. And yeah, that is turn.
Okay. It is now Morel's turn. Morel.
Having caught his breath back, still bleeding a lot because he closed a lot of those wounds, but they didn't fully close. Gonna walk over here. Walk over here. Walk over here so that way he can still see this thing. And for flavor, I want to say one head pops out. And he just says, "Get in the water." 23 points of damage. Should I do anything?
It's an automatic fail. It's an automatic fail. And well, it's prone. It's an automatic fail. It cannot succeed a dexterity saving throw. Also, you notice that as your lightning hits the water, this water is incredibly conductive. And would you mind if I flavored
Go ahead.
how this... You don't see anything pop out of the water, but you watch as a ripple of lightning courses all the way up. Come on, cooperate. Up. Come on.
No, we're seeing it.
And
Yep.
down. The river. It's not getting back up. And you know that for a fact.
And then he will spend a first level spell slot because it's basically all he has left to do. Looking at Gawain. Healing word, just let me roll that. You get 2d4 healing plus my modifier.
Thanks, Magic Man.
So that's 9, and then there it is. So you get 12 hit points back.
Awesome.
He'll just be like, his last thing will be like, Lucille, we may need you to come out so we can run away. We're doing our best.
You watch as, like, out of one of the eyes of the skull, this tiny little lizard folk with that blue bandana, no dolly, crawls out of the skull, drops in the way that a young child would, like, drop out of a tree, drops to the ground, and scrambles over to you with tears streaming down her little lizard face. Oh my gosh. So big.
Could you say that again?
It was so scary. It was so scary. It was so big.
Yeah, you're a very brave.
But, like, through sobs and
Yes.
hiccups and, like...
So here's the thing. It captured all of the sobs, none of the words.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
Correct. Correct.
Morel just
That's
gives her...
exactly how I delivered it.
Yeah, Morel is literally just giving a good tight embrace as I'm sure they're basically just hugging their leg. He's trying to stand up. He's like, no, you're a very brave girl. You're a very brave girl. You did good. See my friend over there, the lizard man? Get to him. He can pick you up and we'll get you out of here, okay?
You have never seen a 5-year-old run faster in their life. Scrambling over the lizard folk bones and over the roots. You have never seen a child run so fast.
Yeah, no, we are basically like Morel is just keeping an eye on the river and be like, we need to go. Let's get going. We'll heal on the way.
Yeah, there's still something out there.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like they should just move to a different village. It's safer and better for them.
You get the sense, for the sake of brevity and time, that these were the babies. Since I know at least one of you picked up above game, and I'm going to allow this. I'm just going to allow this. It doesn't matter. One of you picked up above game that these were weird hydras. But if you know what a hydra is, you know that a hydra is a huge creature, and none of these were huge size. You get the distinct feeling that skull is a nest. And its mother, their mother, is on its way back.
I mean, I picked the beach from a 300-foot radius with my thunderous might. Yeah, they know.
And for the sake of ease and brevity, the three of you with the new little lizard folk in hand scramble back, fighting tooth and nail, coming the way that you came. And you find yourself once again on that boardwalk with the still sound of nothing but the river, the stillness in the air. Somehow, as eerie as that was coming in, you find that now rewarding. You find that now refreshing. And what is the first thing that you do as you hit that boardwalk and re-enter town?
Straight to the bar.
You open that door and head snap, jaws on the floor. Medicine kit, and you just watch as this spotted lizard just scrambles around the bar area looking for any type of medicinal equipment that
You're-
she can find.
Morel's just gonna go over to the actual bar, collapse on a stool across the bar top, and just go, I only need a beer. Do you have that beer that the dwarves make where they mine the crystals? I think it's called crystal beer.
I don't know what
I
we
will
have,
murder
sweetie,
you.
but I
Murder
can
you.
100% can get you an ale, a thing of ale. We do, in fact, still have some of the back. Hold on just a minute, and she's gone. She's gone.
I did not plan for Zan to be here. I had that joke planned for 2 weeks.
Um,
I assume I did lay on hands on me and whomever else needed
I
it on the way
had-
here, but
I had 2 more
Hmm?
first level spells, cure wounds and everything else. We would have been fine.
I have prayer of healing out of combat, but so that also helps. But it's a 10-minute cast. It's worth nothing in battle.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say it's just funny because again he has armor of gleaming, so no matter how shit he looks, the armor perfect, immaculate.
the cape still billowing.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, all of Morel's stains just got darker and bigger.
And Akron,
Yes.
as you enter the bar, this tiny, tiny child lizard folk kind of like tugs at your sleeve, like to indicate down.
Mm-hmm. He would look down toward her. And be like, yes.
Down, please.
He would kneel down as he thinks that's what she wants. And
Yeah.
he would kneel down.
Just pops off. I'm assuming she was on your back. I'm assuming through part of that because she would have not been able to make it through. For clarification, she would not have been able to make it through that swamp without like getting sucked in. She's tiny.
Okay, yes.
So like
yes.
the implication is she probably rode on your shoulder and is asking for down, please.
What would absolutely help her down then?
And you watch as she scrambles, like the tiniest, like she even trips at one point as she's like scrambling to get to the back of the kitchen, and she just sort of like thuns over, like totally knocking over a chair, and you hear with all the commotion, Ty emerges from the doorway and goes, "Are they back?" And you just watch, he doesn't even get to finish his statement and his jaw like drops to the ground. His eyes, already wide and beady, somehow get wider. And he just drops to his knees and goes, "Lucy!" And she goes, she just like scrambles, like crawl running her way over. They embrace. It's full of sobbing. There's so many tears. There's so many tears happening. And Ty just looks to the three of you and goes, "Whatever you want. I don't know how I can make it happen, but I promise you I will make it happen. Thank you for saving my daughter." Did you find? Is it over?
Oh no, this town you would need to leave. There's a hydra. It is poisoning the water. It is mad. We're just glad we could save someone. And for payment, I just want a warm meal and as much beer as you can give me.
We can do that. We can absolutely right on it. I will. If we're leaving, then we'll use up the food that's about to go bad, and we'll start packing. And
Actually, wait one second. I still have a little bit of magic. I still got a little bit of magic. Just give me 2 beers in 10 minutes. As he will.
you get your two.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You get your 2 beers in 10 minutes.
He just walks into the back, throws a bunch of spices onto this. You'll see the meat and everything else rejuvenate, purify food and drink. Everything's good.
Oh, hang on. I have something that can help with the spice. Because
I like how
one of the-
you all just collectively shove this chef out of the way and go, no, I'm fixing this right now.
like
Well, it's more like we just don't
I
want to
have-
waste food, and this man can cook.
Sure.
I will because one of the common magic items I choose, because when I ever choose common magic items, I always take this as common magic item. I have Heward's Handy Spice Pouch.
Let's go.
2 days in
Yeah.
a row because saved by the spell.
Because that is my favorite common magic item to ever exist.
He will do that. We have saved Gecko Ramsey.
The food is good. The food is great, by the way. That first meal was like, but this, phenomenal. Amazing. Probably some of the best food you've ever eaten. And as the three of you share this meal, realizing that you did in fact do very good today. You did in fact do exactly what was asked of you and more. And you realize that the only road ahead is the road out of here. That is where we're going to call it and end tonight's one shot.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm glad we actually did. I'm glad we succeeded knowing the fact that many have failed.
But y'all did great. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging me in this fun little one shot, in this fun little playtest, in this fun little revamp. I hope you had fun.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
I did.
giving us this. This was an awesome time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One shots are always a good time.
Hell, now I can actually make a new playlist on YouTube for one shots because that other one hasn't been watched in like 2 years, except by me last week. So yeah, no, this is just nothing but a win.
For the record, just for the, I want to say this on stream, you are not supposed to fight the mother.
Yeah.
Good.
No!
Good.
You are
need
not
to-
supposed to fight the mother.
No, you need to
Um,
understand. I have tabletop PTSD of fighting a Hydra in Pathfinder. D&D, they're just as bad, if not worse. So no. Oh, but again, great time. Well, now it's just got quiet.
Yeah.
We're contemplative on how the fight would have went if the mother showed up.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
you
It-
were
it
not
wouldn't.
supposed to fight the mother.
It wouldn't have gone. It just would have ended.
For reference, there was a version of this years ago when it still only had one Hydra, and it was a full Hydra. It was not changed at all. And the party did not realize that you could codify and calcify the heads to prevent them from growing. And the paladin decided to go in swinging. Yes, I am going to share this live. I'm going to share this story live because
Aw.
this was a horrific TPK, and it 100% was the paladin's fault because the paladin went in and in one turn managed to slice off of because if you know like Hydra stat block, spoiler not spoiler, they start off with 5 heads. In one turn, this paladin and the paladin and the ranger did enough damage to knock off 4 out of the 5 heads.
Oh.
In a party of, mind you, in this particular party, because I've had multiple different TPKs, but this one in particular struck me because there were a total of 7 of them playing. They managed to, on a single Hydra, managed to get it to the point of having 16 heads.
Oh.
They did not kill it, it killed them.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, 16 attacks on anything will kill something in D&D.
Correct. But because they didn't think to use fire magic, even though the wizard had fireball, The wizard had fireball. Didn't think to use it. Did not think to cast it at all at any point. They just kept slicing heads off without stopping it. And this again was not a modified Hydra. This was stat block by the book in the monster manual.
So even if I wanted, I had nothing for fire because I only took had prepared Thunderous Might. I did not have Searing Smite.
I came in here going, oh, the funny thing that my druid will do is he'll have a dowsing rod. He'll point like a pistol and do produce flame. And then you put us in a methane swamp.
I did. I did that very intentionally. I wanted you to think about what you were going to do. And you did very well.
I'm actually super glad Alpha brought that up early on, so we can just be like, oh yeah, no, that's a terrible idea.
I did not ask about the gas in the swamp. I just said I cast Fireball.
But yeah, I know people need to start winding down, so do we want to go around the horn real quick while I find somebody for us to raid?
Yeah,
Sure thing.
absolutely.
Decide amongst yourselves.
Well,
Got it.
either. I'm Cedric. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Cedric King. That everywhere being Blue Sky, Twitter, which I am kind of barely using, but Twitter, Instagram, which I don't use that much, and other places. It's always Cedric King. Other than that, I will be here again next week, right?
Yes,
Yes.
next week.
For the return of Those Who Wander with all of these lovely people. And yeah, that is pretty much all for me. So, Ceres, what about you?
Well, hello. You can find me all over the internet at TixDixel, where I will be posting the headshots of all the
Heck
little
yeah.
guys that you saw tonight. Like I said, I will if we do end up doing something where we end up publishing this and any of the other modules that I will be hopefully playtesting and revising. Stairs at Vaughn. I will obviously be making announcements and posts wherever I can, Blue Sky Twitter. Like I said before, I will no longer be posting art on Twitter, but I will still make announcements there. I will still be doing stuff there. You can, in fact, find me here next week, both on Saturday for No Love War Extra, where we are back in the building, finally, and Sunday for Those Who Wander, where they will be yet again in combat and hopefully surviving.
The dice were nice to me on this one shot.
If I'm
Please
gonna-
be nice
Yeah!
to me in the fucking other one because man, I was not hitting anything.
Bob, why did you raid me twice? I was about to raid you! We were wrapping up! You missed the Hydra! How dare you!
We saved a child.
Oh, Lord. Oh.
Also, if you want to target, I think Tiki is live.
Tiki would have been, but I wanted to double raid Bob for the meme. But Bob,
Yeah.
but Bob above memed me. So yeah, no, we're gonna go to Tiki. So I just have to reset this raid. But finish up.
Wait.
Oh,
Skelly needs to go.
that's what I'm saying.
Skelly
Go back.
needs to chill.
That's what I'm saying. Get back to the shills. I have to reset the raid.
Okay. I'm Skelly Alpha. I can be found on Blue Sky and on Twitch. I stream most days of the week. Tomorrow I'm going back into running Pacific Drive. Tuesday, I believe I got confirmation that I'm gonna be playing Digimon TCG with Connor and crew.
Heck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So I'm gonna be doing that Tuesday. And Wednesday, I believe I'm gonna work on Paper Mario Dungeons and Dragons prep and stream that. Rest of the week, I don't know quite yet. I'm still working on it. But other than that, that's me. I've been doing art, playing indie games, playing tabletop. That's all I really do. And that's everything for me. So that'll leave it to the other skeleton in the room, which will be Vaughn.
Well, hi. You've already found me on Twitch. Yeah, I am tired. The Hydra has exhausted me. But hi,
Take two from
Yeah.
the top.
You've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky. Primarily at Blue Sky because Twitter's a hellscape at Burnout Vaughn. And also on Patreon, Burnout's Bar, where we will have things eventually. We're trying. But yeah, for this week, we have Wizard Sips Plays tomorrow. Then we have No Love War Extra on Saturday. And finally, Those Who Wander, where I don't feel the danger because my character was unhurt and trying to decide if he is going to murder people. So I think we are going to be just fine in combat. But that said, we're going to raid our good friend Tiki the Troll. What should our raid message be?
We survived.
How about we survived the Hydra?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Look forward to possibly more one-shots in the future. We will see what happens. But we love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.